Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons, guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Oliver, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of soothing tales about meetings at a bakery to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to perhaps the spice markets of Marrakesh, a lighthouse on the main coast, the rice terraces of Bali, or a cozy bookshop in Edinburgh. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now, close your eyes, exhale slowly, and let the day's tensions dissolve like mist in the morning Sunday. Picture each worry as a leaf falling gently from a tree, carried away by a soft breeze. Tonight, you're not in your room, you're in the starlit grove, a tranquil section of the Timeless Tales Library, where the air hums with quiet magic. This secluded grove within the library is a sanctuary of endless paths, each winding trail leading to a new moment of peace, a hidden truth, or a spark of joy waiting to be discovered. Tonight's story is your walk through this enchanted grove. As we take our first step, let your body melt into the warm embrace of your bed. Your mattress is a mossy knoll beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, cradling you in comfort. Soften your shoulders, unclench your hands, and let your breath flow like a gentle stream. Feel the earth beneath you, steady and kind, holding you in its quiet strength. Let's begin our journey. The Rainy Day Christmas Bakery, a cozy Christmas Eve bedtime story. The rain began just as the afternoon light was fading on Christmas Eve, each droplet catching the last golden rays of winter sun before surrendering to the gathering dusk. It was the kind of rain that spoke in whispers rather than shouts, steady, purposeful, and infinitely patient, as it painted silver streaks down the windows of the small shops that lined Storybook Lane. At the corner of the lane, where the cobblestones curved just so and the lamplight pooled like honey, stood the Rainy Day Christmas Bakery. Tonight, its windows glowed with an especially warm amber light, and the wooden sign that hung above its door swayed gently in the December breeze, creaking a soft, welcoming rhythm that seemed to harmonize perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion. Inside, the bakery was a symphony of Christmas comfort. Cinnamon and nutmeg danced through the air, carried on wisps of steam that rose from cooling loaves of spiced bread. The scent of vanilla bean and brown butter wafted from trays of star-shaped cookies, while somewhere in the back kitchen, the deep, rich aroma of chocolate and peppermint suggested something wonderful was still in the making. The interior of the bakery seemed to have grown organically over many decades of Christmas Eves, each corner telling its own story of warmth and welcome. Exposed wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, draped now with garlands of evergreen and holly berries that released their forest fresh fragrance with every gentle brush of warm air from the ovens. Mason jars filled with cinnamon sticks and dried orange peels lined the windowsills, while strings of tiny white lights wound around the baker's shelves like captured starlight. In the front of the shop, mismatched chairs and small round tables created intimate conversations nooks, each one positioned to catch both the firelight from the stone hearth and the peaceful view of the rain-washed street beyond. The fireplace itself was a masterpiece of cozy architecture, built from river stones worn smooth by time, with a mantelpiece that held an Advent wreath whose candles flickered softly, casting dancing shadows that made the whole bakery feel alive with gentle magic. Behind the curved glass case that displayed the evening's offerings, the mysterious baker moved with the quiet efficiency of someone who understood that the perfect Christmas treat was as much about timing and intuition as it was about flour and sugar. Tonight, the case held treasures that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Miniature Christmas puddings topped with crystallized ginger, delicate mince pies with lattice crusts that looked like lacework, and something new, small, round Christmas cakes decorated with marzipan, holly leaves, and berries that appeared almost too beautiful to eat. But perhaps most enchanting of all was the way the bakery seemed to listen. As the rain intensified against the windows, creating a lullaby of liquid music, the interior grew even more welcoming, as if the building itself were opening its arms wider to anyone who might need shelter from the storm. And tonight, on this most magical of Christmas Eves, those arms would indeed be filled. The door chime gave its first gentle announcement of the evening just as the church bells in the distance were striking 7 o'clock. A gust of cool, rain-sweetened air swept into the bakery, carrying with it the scent of wet wool and the unmistakable presence of someone who had travelled far. Ebenezer Scrooge stepped carefully over the threshold, shaking droplets from his dark coat and pausing for a moment to let his eyes adjust to the warm golden light. But this was not the bitter, hunched figure from Christmas past. This was Scrooge transformed, his face soft with the kind of contentment that comes from years of practicing kindness, his silver hair neatly combed, and his eyes bright with the anticipation of small pleasures. "My word," he murmured to himself, breathing in the intoxicating blend of spices and sweetness that enveloped him like a welcoming embrace. "What a perfect evening this has become." The baker, glimpsed only as a gentle movement in the kitchen's shadows, seemed to sense his arrival immediately. Within moments, a steaming cup appeared on the counter, not just any cup, but Scrooge's cup, the one that somehow always materialized in this magical place. It was filled with mulled wine that had been simmered with oranges and cloves until it tasted like Christmas itself, rich and warming and touched with just enough sweetness to remind him of the boy he had once been, long ago, when Christmas mornings had held infinite possibility. Scrooge chose a table near the fire, settling into a chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for him. As he wrapped his hands around the warm ceramic mug, he found himself watching the rain trace lazy patterns down the window glass, each droplet catching the reflected firelight like tiny amber jewels. For a man who had once counted every penny with miserly precision, he had learned to count these moments instead, moments of pure, uncomplicated peace that required nothing from him except the willingness to receive them. The door chimed again, and this time it admitted a figure who seemed to bring a touch of eternal spring with her despite the December storm outside. Joe March burst through the doorway with characteristic enthusiasm. her dark hair escaping from beneath a wool cap that had clearly seen many adventures. Her cheeks were flushed pink from the cold rain, and her eyes sparkled with the kind of irrepressible joy that no amount of weather could dampen. "Oh, how perfectly wonderful!" Jo exclaimed, pulling off her damp gloves and looking around the bakery with the appreciative gaze of someone who understood beautiful things. "I was just walking past, trying to think of the perfect ending for my Christmas story, when the most delicious smell drew me in like a magnet. And look," she gestured toward Scrooge with delight, "I'm not the only one who couldn't resist." Scrooge raised his mug in a gentle salute. "Miss March, if I'm not mistaken, your reputation as a writer of considerable talent precedes you. Please, won't you join me by the fire? The rain shows no signs of stopping, and there's something magical about spending Christmas Eve in good company." Jo needed no further invitation. She claimed the chair across from Scrooge just as the baker, still mysteriously unseen, but somehow perfectly attuned to each visitor's needs, presented her with a plate that made her gasp with delight. Upon it sat a slice of gingerbread that was clearly no ordinary confection. This was gingerbread elevated to art, dense and moist and fragrant with just the right balance of spices, topped with a drizzle of lemon glaze that had been decorated with tiny sugared rosemary sprigs that looked like miniature Christmas trees. "This is exactly what I needed," Jo said, taking her first bite and closing her eyes to savor the complex warmth of flavors. "I've been wrestling with this story all day. It's about a family gathering for Christmas, and I couldn't quite capture the feeling I wanted. But sitting here, tasting this—" She opened her eyes and smiled at Scrooge. "Sometimes inspiration comes from the most unexpected places, doesn't it?" "Indeed it does," Scrooge agreed warmly. "I find that the best stories, whether we're living them or writing them, often begin with simply saying yes to an open door and a warm fire." As they talked, the rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire crackled companionably in the hearth. The bakery seemed to exhale contentment, its very walls absorbing the quiet conversation and the soft sounds of satisfied customers enjoying perfectly crafted treats. Somewhere in the back, ovens hummed their quiet song, and the mysterious baker continued the ancient dance of flour and fire that had been creating comfort for hungry souls since the beginning of time. The evening was still young when the door opened a third time, admitting a figure who seemed to carry winter itself in the folds of his fur-trimmed coat. Captain Ahab stepped inside, his weathered face immediately softening as the bakery's warmth began to chase away the chill that seemed to live permanently in his bones. But tonight there was no wildness in his eyes, no obsessive hunger for the hunt. Instead, he looked like what he truly was beneath all the mythology, a man who had spent too many years chasing horizons and was grateful, finally, to find himself somewhere that felt like home. "Ah," he said quietly, his deep voice carrying none of the storm and fury that had once defined him, "a harbor worth seeking." He removed his coat with deliberate care, hanging it on one of the wooden pegs by the door, and turned to survey the scene before him. Jo looked up from her conversation with Scrooge and waved him over with characteristic warmth. "Please, join us. There's plenty of room by the fire, and the company is excellent." Ahab approached their table with the measured gait of someone who had learned to savor solid ground beneath his feet. "That's very kind, miss. I confess I've been walking these streets for hours, thinking about Christmas and the way it makes even old sea dogs like myself long for the comfort of a proper hearth." Scrooge gestured to an empty chair. "Captain, isn't it? I believe I've heard tales of your adventures. Please, sit with us. There's something about Christmas Eve that makes strangers into friends faster than you might expect." As Ahab settled into his chair, the baker's invisible presence made itself known once again. This time, the offering was a bowl of bread pudding that seemed to have been crafted specifically for a man who had spent decades dreaming of home. It was made with thick slices of brioche that had been soaked in cream, scented with vanilla and a touch of rum, then baked until golden and served warm with a dollop of something that might have been clotted cream mixed with honey and crushed walnuts. Ahab took his first spoonful and actually sighed a sound so unlike his legendary roars of defiance that it seemed to surprise even him. "By all the saints," he murmured, "this tastes like every Christmas I missed while chasing monsters across the world's oceans." "The beautiful thing about Christmas," Joe said gently, "is that it doesn't matter how many you've missed. Each one is complete in itself, ready to give you everything you need in that moment." "Wise words from someone so young," Ahab replied, but his tone was fond rather than condescending. "I spent so many years thinking that peace was something I had to hunt down and capture. It never occurred to me that it might be something that would simply appear when I was ready to receive it." Their conversation was interrupted by another chime from the door, this one admitting a figure who seemed to bring a touch of the Arabian Nights with him, despite the December storm outside. Sinbad the sailor stepped into the bakery, shaking raindrops from his cloak, and pausing to appreciate the incredible warmth and fragrance that enveloped him immediately. "My friends," he said, his voice carrying the musical accent of someone who had learned languages in a dozen different ports, "I believe I have discovered treasure beyond counting." "Indeed you have," Scrooge called out. "Won't you join our little company? It seems the rain has brought together quite an interesting collection of travellers tonight." Sinbad's eyes lit up with the delight of someone who had never met a story he didn't want to hear or a friendship he wasn't willing to explore. He made his way to their expanding circle just as the baker, anticipating his needs with the same mysterious precision shown to each visitor, presented him with a cup of spiced coffee that had been prepared with cardamom and cinnamon, topped with a foam that had been dusted with what looked like powdered gold. Alongside the coffee appeared a small plate of baklava, each diamond-shaped piece constructed from layers of filo pastry so delicate they seemed to have been woven from silk and dreams. The filling was a mixture of pistachios and honey that had been perfumed with rose water, and each bite released flavors that spoke of distant markets and moonlit gardens, and the kind of sweetness that made ordinary moments feel like discoveries. This, Sinbad declared after his first sip of coffee and bite of pastry, is why I have spent my life traveling, not for the gold or the glory, but for moments like these when you find yourself somewhere completely unexpected, surrounded by people who were strangers just moments ago, tasting something so perfect it makes you believe in magic all over again. You speak like a true writer, Joe said admiringly. Have you ever considered putting your adventures down on paper? Sinbad laughed, a rich sound that seemed to add warmth to the already cozy atmosphere. My dear young lady, I have been telling stories for so long that sometimes I'm not sure which parts are memories and which parts are the dreams that stories become when they've been told often enough. The best stories, Ahab said thoughtfully, are the ones that become more true each time we tell them, not less. And so the four of them settled into the kind of conversation that seems to happen naturally when people find themselves in exactly the right place at exactly the right time, with exactly the right food to nourish both body and soul. As the clock on the bakery wall approached 8 o'clock, the rain had settled into a steady, hypnotic rhythm that seemed to wrap the entire building in a cocoon of liquid music. The fire had burned down to glowing coals that pulsed with gentle warmth, and the conversation at the table near the hearth had evolved into the comfortable, meandering sort of talk that happens when people feel completely at ease with each other and the world. The door chimed once more, this time admitting a woman whose presence seemed to fill the bakery with an almost maternal warmth. Mrs. Rachel Lynde from Green Gables stepped inside, shaking droplets from her practical wool coat and adjusting the silk scarf that protected her silver hair from the dampness. She moved with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to organizing Christmas dinners for large families, but her eyes held the soft satisfaction of someone who had just finished wrapping the last gift and was finally ready to enjoy the evening. "Well, I never," she said, taking in the scene before her with obvious appreciation. "What a perfectly lovely place to wait out a storm." Jo immediately bounced up from her chair. "Mrs. Lynde, oh, how wonderful to see you. Please, come join us. We've been having the most marvelous conversation about stories and travels and the magic of unexpected encounters." Mrs. Lynde's face brightened with recognition and genuine pleasure. "Miss March, how delightful. And what distinguished gentlemen you've gathered around this fire." She nodded politely to Scrooge, Ahab, and Sinbad, each of whom rose gallantly to greet her properly. As she settled into the chair that Sinbad quickly fetched from a nearby table, the mysterious baker's presence made itself known through the appearance of a tea service that was clearly designed for someone who understood the art of proper hospitality. The teapot was white porcelain painted with delicate winter roses, and it steamed with what smelled like Earl Grey that had been enhanced with bergamot and just a touch of lavender. Alongside it appeared a three-tiered serving stand filled with an assortment of delicate treats, cucumber sandwiches with the crusts removed, scones still warm from the oven and accompanied by small pots of clotted cream and strawberry jam, and an array of petit fours decorated with tiny marzipan snowflakes. "Oh my," Mrs. Lynde breathed. "This is far more elegant than anything I might have expected to find on a stormy Christmas Eve." How thoughtful of whoever runs this place to understand that sometimes a person simply needs to be properly looked after. We've been trying to figure that out ourselves, Ahab said with amusement. Our host seems to have an almost supernatural ability to know exactly what each of us needs before we know it ourselves. Perhaps, Scrooge suggested gently, the real magic isn't in knowing what we need, but in creating a space where we feel safe enough to discover it for ourselves. Mrs. Lind poured tea for everyone who wanted it, and they fell into a comfortable rhythm of shared stories and gentle laughter. She told them about Anne's latest literary ambitions and Diana's recent engagement, while Jo shared updates from her writing career and her sister's various adventures. Sinbad regaled them with tales of distant ports and exotic spices, while Ahab spoke quietly about the peace he had found in finally understanding that some journeys end not with conquest but with acceptance. The conversation was interrupted by another arrival, this one so quiet that they almost missed it entirely. The door had opened and closed with barely a whisper, and suddenly a young woman was standing just inside the entrance, looking around with the wide-eyed wonder of someone who had stumbled into a fairy tale. Elizabeth Bennet stood there, her travelling dress slightly dampened by the rain, but her spirits clearly undaunted by the weather. She had the kind of beauty that came not from perfect features but from intelligence and wit, and the confidence that comes from knowing exactly who you are and being perfectly content with that knowledge. "I beg your pardon," she said, her voice carrying the musical cadences of someone who had been raised on clever conversation and good books. "But I seem to have lost my way in this storm. I was attempting to reach my aunt's house for Christmas dinner tomorrow, but the rain has made travel rather more challenging than I anticipated." "My dear Mrs. Lind exclaimed, immediately rising from her chair, "you must come and sit by the fire at once. There's plenty of room, and you simply cannot travel any farther in weather like this." Elizabeth's face lit up with grateful relief. "You're very kind. I confess, when I saw the lights in this window, I felt drawn to them like a moth to flame. There's something so welcoming about this place." As she joined their expanding circle, the baker's mysterious attentiveness manifested once again in the form of a delicate china cup filled with hot chocolate that had been prepared with real cream and a touch of cinnamon, topped with a small mountain of freshly whipped cream and a sprinkle of chocolate shavings that had been curled into perfect spirals. Beside the cup appeared a small plate holding what could only be described as the world's most perfect Christmas cookie, a gingerbread figure decorated with royal icing and tiny silver dragées that caught the firelight like stars. "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth said after her first sip of chocolate. "I feel as though I've stepped into one of those stories where weary travelers find magical hospitality on cold winter nights." "Perhaps you have," Jo said with a grin. "We've all been marveling at how this place seems to know exactly what we need before we even realize we need it ourselves. There's something to be said," Scrooge observed thoughtfully, "for places that understand the art of true hospitality, not the kind that seeks to impress, but the kind that seeks to comfort. The rain had taken on an even more soothing quality as the evening deepened, its steady percussion creating a sense of complete enclosure that made the bakery feel like the coziest room in the world. The fire had settled into a steady glow, casting dancing shadows that made everyone's faces look warm and content, and the conversation had evolved into the kind of gentle, meandering exchange that happens when people feel completely at peace with themselves and each other. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the door chimed one final time, admitting a figure who seemed to carry an aura of philosophical calm with him despite his obviously long journey through the storm. Robinson Crusoe stepped carefully over the threshold, his practical travelling clothes thoroughly soaked, but his expression one of quiet satisfaction rather than complaint. "Good evening, fellow travellers," he said, his voice carrying the measured cadences of someone who had learned to find contentment in solitude, but had never lost his appreciation for good company. "I hope you'll forgive the intrusion, but when a man has been walking in weather like this, the sight of warm light and the promise of shelter becomes irresistible." "There's no need to apologize," Elizabeth said warmly, gesturing toward the remaining empty chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for this moment. "We've all found ourselves drawn to this magical place tonight, and I think we're beginning to understand that there are no accidents in stories like these." As Crusoe settled into his chair and accepted the towel that mysteriously appeared to help him dry his hair, he looked around the circle with obvious appreciation. What a remarkable gathering, this island. If someone had told me this morning that I would be spending Christmas Eve in the company of such distinguished fellow adventurers, I would have accused them of indulging in fantasy. The baker's invisible presence manifested once again, this time in the form of a bowl of soup that seemed designed specifically for someone who had spent years learning to appreciate simple, nourishing meals. It was a rich vegetable broth filled with root vegetables and herbs, accompanied by a thick slice of sourdough bread that had been toasted and brushed with butter, infused with garlic and rosemary. The soup steamed invitingly, filling the air around their table with the comforting aroma of home-cooked warmth. "This," Crusoe said after his first spoonful, "reminds me of the first proper meal I was able to prepare for myself, after months of surviving on whatever I could forage. There's something about food that has been prepared with care and attention that nourishes far more than just the body." "You speak like someone who has learned to find contentment in simple things," Mrs. Lynde observed approvingly. "That's a wisdom that many people spend their whole lives trying to discover." "Solitude teaches you many lessons," Crusoe replied thoughtfully, "but perhaps the most important one is how to appreciate the company of good people when you're fortunate enough to find it." The conversation that followed was unlike anything any of them might have expected when they first ventured out into the storm that evening. Here were 7 people from vastly different walks of life, each with their own stories of adventure, hardship, and discovery, and yet they found themselves talking as easily as old friends who had been gathering for Christmas Eve dinners for decades. Jo told them about her latest novel and the challenges of creating characters who felt real enough to surprise even their creator. Elizabeth shared observations about human nature that she had gleaned from her years of navigating social expectations while remaining true to her own principles. Mrs. Lynn dispensed gentle wisdom about the art of creating homes where people felt genuinely welcome, while Scrooge spoke quietly about the transformation that comes from learning to see generosity as a privilege rather than a burden. Sinbad regaled them with tales of distant lands and exotic customs, but also spoke movingly about the moment he realized that the greatest treasure wasn't gold or jewels, but the ability to appreciate beauty wherever you found it. Ahab talked about the peace that comes from finally understanding that some battles are won not through conquest but through surrender, while Crusoe shared insights about the difference between being alone and being lonely. As their conversation continued, something magical began to happen in the bakery around them. The lights seemed to grow warmer, the fire more welcoming, and even the sound of the rain took on an increasingly musical quality. It was as if their gathering had awakened something sleeping in the very walls of the place, some ancient understanding of what it meant to create true sanctuary for weary souls on cold winter nights. The mysterious baker, still unseen but increasingly present in their awareness, began to bring out additional treats that seemed designed not for individual consumption but for sharing. A large platter of Christmas stollen appeared on their table, each slice dense with fruit and nuts, and dusted with powdered sugar like fresh snow. Alongside it came a bowl of mulled cider that steamed with cinnamon and star anise, and a selection of Christmas chocolates that had been crafted into tiny works of art, each one shaped like a miniature ornament and decorated with gold leaf that caught the firelight like captured stars. As the clock struck 10 and the storm outside settled into its gentlest rhythm yet, the 7 gathered friends found themselves sharing the kind of meal that transcends mere sustenance and becomes something approaching communion. Each treat that appeared seemed designed not just to nourish their bodies but to feed their souls, and the conversation had evolved into something that felt both intimate and timeless. They talked about Christmases past and future, about the books that had changed their lives, about the moments of beauty that had sustained them through their darkest hours. Jo shared her theory that every story worth telling was really about people learning to love each other better, while Elizabeth argued with characteristic wit that the best stories were about people learning to love themselves enough to demand better from the world. Mrs. Lynde shared how watching Anne's transformation taught her that hope is a daily spiritual practice. Scrooge spoke of the Christmas morning. He learned that generosity is about discovering you have more to give than you ever thought. Sinbad shared how sunsets taught him that beauty is the universe's way of reminding people they are loved. Ahab quietly talked about the morning he stopped searching for battle and learned to appreciate the solid ground beneath his feet. Crusoe reflected on how solitude taught him both to treasure his own company and to intensely value human connection. As they talked, the bakery worked its gentle magic. The fire settled into a hypnotic glow, and the rain created a soothing rhythm. The baker continued to anticipate their needs with perfect precision. A pot of chamomile tea with local honey appeared, followed by star-shaped shortbread cookies with crystallized ginger. Finally, for a touch of festive magic, individual servings of rich Christmas pudding, each topped with a sparkling sugar-dipped sprig of holly, completed the evening's offerings. "I find myself wondering," Elizabeth said as she savoured a spoonful of pudding, "whether this evening is really happening, or whether I'm dreaming in some inn somewhere, waiting for the storm to pass." "Does it matter?" Crusoe asked gently. "Whether we're dreaming or awake, we're experiencing something beautiful together. Isn't that enough?" "He's right," Jo said, looking around the table at her new friends with obvious affection. "This is the kind of evening I've been trying to write about my whole life, where people who might never have met under ordinary circumstances discover that they have everything important in common." "What we have in common," Scrooge observed thoughtfully, "is that we've all learned to appreciate sanctuary when we find it. Not everyone knows how to receive hospitality when it's offered." "And perhaps," Mrs. Lynde added with a gentle smile, "that's the real magic of places like this. They don't create miracles, they simply provide a space where the miracles that are always trying to happen can finally find room to unfold." As if in response to her words, the bakery seemed to exhale contentment around them. The lights dimmed slightly, not toward darkness, but toward the kind of warm golden glow that made everything look soft and precious. The fire settled into coals that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat, and even the rain seemed to soften its percussion until it sounded less like weather and more like music. The evening had reached that perfect point of completion where no one wanted it to end, but everyone understood that its beauty lay partly in its transience. The clock on the wall showed nearly 11, and through the rain-washed windows they could see that the storm was beginning to gentle itself toward the kind of soft, steady precipitation that promised to continue peacefully through the night. The mysterious baker made one final appearance, not in person, for they never did see their host clearly, but in the form of a gift that seemed designed specifically for this gathering of literary souls. On each of their places appeared a small leather-bound book, not old books, but new ones that somehow felt as though they had been crafted specifically for this moment, this evening, this particular collection of people. When they opened the books, they found something extraordinary. The first few pages contained the story of this very evening, written in elegant script that seemed to capture not just the events but the feeling of their gathering, the warmth, the contentment, the sense of having discovered something precious and unexpected. But the rest of the pages were blank, waiting to be filled. "How remarkable," whispered Elizabeth, running her fingers over the smooth paper. "It's as though someone knew we would want to remember this evening forever." "More than that," Jo said, her writer's eye immediately understanding the gift they had been given. "It's as though someone knew we would want to continue the story. These aren't just keepsakes, they're invitations." Ahab nodded slowly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "A reminder that every ending is also a beginning, if we're wise enough to see it that way." They sat quietly for a few moments, each of them holding their book and contemplating the perfect rightness of the gift. Outside, the rain continued its gentle symphony, and inside, the fire cast its warm light over 7 faces, that reflected the kind of deep satisfaction that comes from an evening spent exactly as it should be spent. "I suppose," Crusoe said finally, "we should think about making our way back into the world. But I find myself reluctant to break this spell." "Perhaps that's the point," Scrooge suggested gently, "not to break the spell, but to carry it with us. To remember that evenings like this are always possible, if we remain open to the magic of unexpected hospitality." Mrs. Lynde began to gather her things with the practiced efficiency of someone who had organized many family gatherings, but her movements were unhurried, as though she too understood that some moments deserved to be savored rather than rushed. "I think," she said, "this is what Christmas is really about. Not the presents or the ceremonies, but the discovery that strangers can become friends over shared food and honest conversation. And stories," Jo added, holding up her new book. "Stories that remind us that our own adventures are worth recording, worth sharing, worth celebrating." One by one they left the bakery, reluctant to leave a party that had been so unexpectedly wonderful. They helped each other with coats, and one, Sinbad, offered to walk another, Mrs. Lynde, home. Before stepping back into the rain, they took one last look around, grateful for the unexpected gift. Elizabeth thanked their unseen host, for the food, for the warmth, but most of all, for the understanding that sometimes what people need most is simply a place where they can discover how much they have in common with strangers. A warm draught seemed to acknowledge her gratitude as the last of them left. The bakery settled into solitude. The fire burned low, the lights glowed warmly, and the lingering scent of baking filled the air. On the table 7 teacups and crumbs remained, along with the invisible warmth of shared conversation. The memory of the evening would change them forever. Outside, the storm calmed, promising a peaceful Christmas morning. 7 people went to sleep, with hearts full of gratitude, each clutching a blank leather-bound book. They fell asleep, wondering what stories they would write, tales of finding magic and belonging with strangers, and of discovering they were not alone. The ovens in the bakery rested quietly, ready to begin their work again tomorrow. The rain, now a gentle lullaby, sang the world toward sleep, a reminder that on a stormy Christmas Eve, magic is always possible. The rainy day cottage bakery. The storm had been building all afternoon, dark clouds rolling across the sky like waves of charcoal silk. By evening the rain fell in steady sheets, drumming against cobblestones and streaming down the diamond-paned windows of the little bakery that sat tucked between an old bookshop and a flower merchant's cottage. The painted wooden sign above the door, "The Rainy Day Cottage Bakery," swayed gently in the wind, its cheerful letters seeming to glow despite the gathering dusk. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of golden light and enveloping warmth. Honey-colored flames danced in the stone fireplace that dominated one wall, casting flickering shadows across shelves lined with mason jars filled with flour, sugar, and mysterious spices. The air was thick with the mingled scents of rising dough, cinnamon, vanilla, and something indefinably magical. Perhaps it was the way the aroma of fresh bread seemed to carry whispers of comfort and home. Rough-hewn wooden beams stretched across the low ceiling, hung with bundles of dried herbs and strings of paper lanterns that cast pools of amber light throughout the space. Mismatched chairs and small round tables were scattered about, each one different, some painted cottage blue, others natural wood worn smooth by countless conversations. In the corners, overstuffed armchairs upholstered in faded florals invited visitors to sink deep into their embrace. Behind the curved counter, partially obscured by steam rising from the ovens and the soft haze of flour dust, moved a figure whose face remained always just out of view. The baker worked with practiced hands, pulling loaves from stone ovens, stirring great copper pots of soup, and arranging delicate pastries on tiered stands. There was magic in those movements, not the flashy kind found in fairy tales, but the quiet, nurturing magic of someone who knew exactly what each visitor needed before they knew it themselves. The first knock came just as the baker was pulling a tray of cottage loaves from the main oven, small round breads shaped like tiny houses, their crusts golden brown and marked with crosshatches that looked like shingled roofs. The door opened with a gentle chime, and a gust of rain-scented air swirled inside. "Oh my," came a voice, soft and wondering, "what a perfectly lovely place." Alice stepped inside, shaking droplets from her blue dress and smoothing her long blonde hair. She was older now than when she'd first tumbled down that famous rabbit hole, perhaps 17 or 18, but her eyes still held that particular brightness that came from having seen impossible things and found them quite natural. Her cheeks were pink from the cold rain, and she clutched a small carpet bag that suggested she'd been travelling. "Welcome, dear," called the baker's voice from behind the counter, warm as honey tea. "Come in from that dreadful storm. There's a chair by the fire with your name on it." Alice's eyes widened as she took in the bakery's cosy interior. "This is rather like the most wonderful of dreams," she murmured, gravitating toward the fireplace where the flames seemed to dance in greeting. "I was walking from the train station. I'm visiting my aunt in the next village when the storm caught me quite unprepared. Storms have a way of bringing people where they need to be," the baker observed, appearing beside Alice's chair with a steaming mug, hot chocolate with a touch of lavender, "and I believe you might enjoy these." On the small side table appeared a plate of the most extraordinary cookies Alice had ever seen. They were shaped like playing card suits, hearts, diamonds, clubs, and spades, but instead of the traditional black and red, they were decorated with delicate icing in soft pastels, rose-pink hearts, sky-blue diamonds, sage green clubs, and lavender spades. "How did you know?" Alice asked softly, picking up a heart-shaped cookie. The first bite revealed layers of flavor, vanilla and almond, with just a hint of something that tasted like adventure itself. "Lucky guess," the baker smiled, already fading back into the steamy warmth of the kitchen area. Alice settled deeper into her chair, listening to the rain against the windows and the soft crackle of the fire. The hot chocolate warmed her from the inside out, the lavender adding a dreamy quality that made her eyelids feel pleasantly heavy. She was just thinking how peaceful it all was when the door chimed again. This time, a young woman with dark hair and intelligent brown eyes entered, her simple brown cloak dripping with rain. She carried herself with quiet dignity despite her bedraggled state, and Alice noticed she clutched a worn leather book against her chest as if it were precious beyond measure. "I beg your pardon," the newcomer said, her voice cultured and melodious. "I don't suppose I might shelter here until the storm passes? I was walking from the village and got quite caught in the downpour." "Of course, dear," came the baker's voice. "Any friend of books is welcome here. Elizabeth, isn't it?" The woman Elizabeth Bennet, Alice realized with a thrill of recognition, looked startled. "How did you?" "Yes, Elizabeth Bennet. Word travels fast in small places," the baker said with gentle humor. "There's a chair near the fire, and I think you'll find the ginger tea quite restorative." Elizabeth settled into a chair near Alice's, smoothing her damp skirts and accepting the delicate china cup that appeared as if by magic. The tea was perfect, warming and spicy, with notes of honey and something that tasted like contentment itself. "I'm Alice," Alice offered with a smile. "I was just caught in the same storm." "A pleasure," Elizabeth replied, and her smile was genuine and immediate. "What a charming place this island, rather like stepping into a fairy tale." "I was thinking the same thing," Alice agreed, "though I suppose I'm rather familiar with that sensation." Before Elizabeth could ask what she meant, the baker appeared with a plate of delicate pastries that made both young women's eyes widen. They were small, cottage-shaped scones, perfectly golden, with tiny sugar-work doors and windows that gleamed in the firelight. "Cottage scones with clotted cream and jam," the baker explained. "The door's open, try it." Elizabeth lifted one carefully, and indeed, the tiny sugar door swung open on miniature hinges to reveal a hollow interior filled with the most exquisite clotted cream. Inside the cream was a dollop of jam that tasted like summer afternoons and first love, and the satisfaction of a perfectly crafted sentence. "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth breathed, taking another delicate bite. "I feel as though I should write about this place. It's too wonderful to be real." "Oh, but the most wonderful things are often quite real," Alice said dreamily, the lavender in her chocolate making everything seem soft around the edges. "They're just usually hidden away in places where only the right people can find them." The two young women settled into comfortable conversation, their voices mixing with the sound of rain and crackling fire. Elizabeth spoke of her love of long walks and good books, while Alice shared carefully edited tales of curious adventures. Neither pushed for details, content to let the conversation flow as naturally as the storm outside. They were discussing their favorite authors when the door opened once more, admitting a figure that made both women sit up straighter. The man who entered was tall and imposing, with a great black cloak that billowed dramatically as he shook off the rain. His dark hair was swept back from a pale, angular face, and his eyes held depths of old sorrows and hard-won wisdom. "Count Dracula," he said simply, inclining his head to the room at large. "I seek shelter from the storm." Alice felt no fear, Something about the bakery made such emotions seem impossible, but she was undeniably curious. Elizabeth, practical as always, simply nodded politely. "Welcome," called the baker's voice, and there was no surprise in it, only the same warm hospitality extended to all. "There's a chair by the far window, if you prefer the shadows. I think you'll find the evening's offerings quite suitable." The Count moved with fluid grace to the suggested seat, his cloak settling around him like folded wings. Within moments, the baker appeared with a steaming mug that gave off no visible steam in the lamplight, and a plate of what looked like small, dark chocolate cakes shaped like tiny castles. "Black tea with bergamot and herbs," the baker said quietly, "and midnight castle cakes. The chocolate is from very old beans, aged in caves, quite rare." Dracula accepted both with a grave nod of thanks. "You are most kind. It has been some time since I've experienced such hospitality." "Everyone needs a warm place on a stormy night," the baker replied gently, and moved away to tend the fires. Alice watched, fascinated, as the Count carefully tasted one of the little cakes. For just a moment, his severe expression softened, and something almost like wonder crossed his features. "It tastes," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else, "like moonlight and old stone, and—" He paused, seeming to search for words. "Forgiveness." "What a lovely description," Elizabeth said warmly. "Food often carries memories, doesn't it? These scones taste of summer mornings and my mother's garden to me." "And my cookies taste like the Queen's garden party," Alice added, "but a much nicer version where everyone is invited and no one loses their head." The Count looked at them both with something approaching curiosity. "You do not find my presence disturbing?" "Should we?" Alice asked with genuine interest. "You seem like a gentleman caught in a storm, same as us, and you appreciate good baking, which speaks well of your character." A sound that might have been rusty laughter escaped the Count's throat. "I had not considered that perspective." "Well," Elizabeth said practically, "I've always found that most people are far more complex than they first appear, and anyone who describes chocolate cake as tasting like forgiveness is clearly capable of poetry." "I have not written poetry in many years," Dracula mused, taking another careful bite of his cake. "Perhaps that's something you might take up again," Alice suggested gently. "I find that rainy evenings are perfect for new beginnings." The three settled into an oddly comfortable silence, each lost in their own thoughts while the storm continued its gentle assault on the windows. The fire crackled peacefully, and somewhere in the kitchen area they could hear the soft sounds of continued baking, the whisper of flour being sifted, the gentle thud of dough being kneaded, the musical chime of ceramic against ceramic. It was Elizabeth who broke the quiet. "I wonder," she said thoughtfully, "what brings us all to the same place on the same evening?" "Chance?" Alice suggested, though her tone implied she didn't quite believe it. "I do not believe in chance," Dracula said softly. "I have lived too long and seen too much. There are patterns in the world, currents that draw certain souls together at certain moments. Like characters in a story, Elizabeth mused, meeting just when they need to meet. Before anyone could respond, the door opened again, this time admitting two figures together. The first was a tall, lean man with a hawkish nose and the keen, intelligent eyes of someone who noticed everything. His companion was shorter, broader, with a kind face, and the bearing of a man comfortable with both adventure and domesticity. "Holmes," the taller man said simply, shaking rain from his long coat. "Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson." "John Watson," the doctor added with a warm smile, helping his companion out of his coat. "Terribly sorry to intrude, but we were caught quite unprepared by this storm." "Not at all," the baker's voice called out. "There's room for all who need it. Gentlemen, there's a table by the east window that should suit you perfectly." Indeed, there was a slightly larger round table with two comfortable chairs, positioned to catch the best light from both the window and a nearby oil lamp. As they settled themselves, the baker appeared with a tea service that made Watson's eyes light up with recognition. "Earl Grey," Watson said appreciatively, "my favorite." "And Turkish coffee for you, Mr. Holmes," the baker added, setting down a small cup alongside a plate of intricate pastries. "Detective delights, each one contains a small puzzle to solve." Holmes raised an eyebrow, intrigued despite himself. The pastries were indeed puzzles, small savory tarts shaped like magnifying glasses, with fillings that could only be identified through careful tasting. There were subtle combinations that required deduction, a hint of sage that might suggest thyme, a touch of lemon that could be lime, flavors that shifted and revealed themselves only through methodical analysis. "Fascinating," Holmes murmured, his analytical mind immediately engaged. "The chef here is clearly an artist of considerable skill." "Indeed," Watson agreed, sampling his own more straightforward but no less delicious offerings, small sandwiches cut into the shapes of London landmarks, each one perfectly suited to his tastes. "Though I must say, this whole place has an almost otherworldly quality to it." "Oh, I do hope so," Alice said from her spot by the fire. "Otherworldly places are so much more interesting than ordinary ones." Holmes's sharp eyes immediately fixed on her. "You speak from experience, miss?" "Alice. Just Alice. And yes, I suppose I do have some experience with unusual places." "We all do, it seems," Elizabeth observed, gesturing around the room. "I don't think any of us ended up here by pure accident." Dracula stirred in his shadowy corner. "The young lady speaks wisdom. There are forces that draw kindred spirits together, particularly on nights such as this." Watson, ever the social lubricant, leaned forward with interest. "How fascinating. We were just returning from a rather complex case in the countryside when this storm caught us, almost as if we were meant to stop here." "I was visiting family," Elizabeth offered, "taking a walk despite the threatening weather, something my family would say is quite typical of my headstrong nature. And I was traveling between stations," Alice added, "though I must admit I have a tendency to end up in unexpected places." I was. The Count paused, seeming to consider his words carefully. I was walking. I walk a great deal these nights. The darkness and I are old companions, but sometimes even darkness grows lonely. The admission hung in the warm air for a moment, touching each of them with its quiet honesty. It was Watson who responded first, his medical training and natural compassion making him sensitive to pain in all its forms. "Loneliness is a terrible burden," he said gently. "I know it well from my days after the war, before I met Holmes. There's something healing about good company and a warm place to rest." "Indeed," Holmes added, and though his tone was typically crisp, there was an underlying warmth. "Solitude has its place in the work of the mind, but the soul requires different sustenance." As if summoned by their words, the baker appeared with a large tray laden with an assortment of evening treats. There were small bowls of hearty soup that steamed invitingly, fresh bread still warm from the ovens, and an array of pastries that seemed designed for sharing. "I thought you might all enjoy a proper supper," the baker said, beginning to distribute bowls and plates. "The soup is cottage, vegetable made with herbs from the garden behind the shop. The bread is honey wheat, and there are several varieties of sweet and savory treats. The soup was a revelation, rich and comforting, tasting of home and hearth and long summer days. The vegetables were perfectly tender, the broth complex and satisfying. Each spoonful seemed to carry away a bit of the day's chill and worry." "This is extraordinary," Elizabeth said, breaking off a piece of the honey wheat bread. "It's like comfort made edible." "I was just thinking the same thing," Watson agreed. "It reminds me of meals my grandmother used to make, though I swear she never made anything quite this delicious." Holmes, typically, was analyzing his food with the same intensity he brought to crime scenes. "The herbs are unusual," he mused. "Common enough individually, but the combination creates something entirely unique. There's rosemary, thyme, a touch of sage, but also something I can't quite identify." "Magic," Alice suggested with a gentle smile. "Perhaps it's magic." "Magic is simply science we haven't understood yet," Holmes replied. But his tone was more thoughtful than dismissive. "Sometimes," Dracula said quietly, "understanding ruins the beauty of a thing. Perhaps it is enough to simply accept the gift of warmth and sustenance without dissecting its source." The words seemed to settle over the group like a gentle blanket. Outside, the storm continued, but it no longer seemed threatening. Instead, it was a companion to their evening, providing a rhythmic backdrop to their meal and conversation. As they ate, the conversation flowed as naturally as water finding its course. Elizabeth and Watson discovered a shared love of literature, discussing their favorite novels with the enthusiasm of true bibliophiles. Holmes found himself oddly charmed by Alice's matter-of-fact descriptions of impossible things, his logical mind intrigued by the puzzles she casually mentioned. Dracula listened more than he spoke, but when he did contribute, it was with insights born of centuries of observation and hard-won wisdom. "You know," Elizabeth said thoughtfully, setting down her soup spoon, "I can't remember the last time I felt so peaceful, so content to simply be where I am. It's the place, Alice said dreamily, curled in her chair like a sleepy cat. There's something about it that makes everything feel right. Safe. Safe, Dracula repeated the word as if it were foreign to him. Yes, it has been a very long time since I have felt safe. Safety isn't just about the absence of danger, Watson observed, his medical wisdom extending beyond the physical. It's about being accepted as you are, without judgment or fear. Precisely, Holmes said, and there was something almost surprised in his tone, as if he'd stumbled upon an unexpected deduction. This establishment seems to specialize in providing exactly that sort of sanctuary. As if in response to their words, the baker appeared again, this time with a selection of evening desserts that made them all sit up with renewed interest. There were tiny fruit tarts topped with berries that gleamed like jewels, delicate cream puffs dusted with powdered sugar, and small cakes that seemed to glow with their own inner light. Twilight sweets, the baker explained with a smile that could almost be seen in the warm voice. Each one is designed to ease the transition from day to night, from wakefulness towards sleep. Alice chose a small cake that looked like it was made of compressed starlight, pale and shimmering, with a flavor that reminded her of the best dreams she'd ever had. Elizabeth selected a fruit tart that tasted of summer afternoons and the satisfaction of a good book finished. Watson opted for a cream puff that somehow captured the essence of hearth and home, while Holmes chose a geometric pastry that revealed new flavor combinations with each careful bite. Even Dracula accepted one of the glowing cakes, and as he tasted it, his expression softened further. "It tastes," he said wonderingly, "like hope. I had forgotten what hope tasted like." "Hope is like that," Alice said sleepily. "It hides sometimes, but it never really goes away. It just waits for the right moment to remind you it's there." The evening settled around them like a soft shawl. The storm outside began to gentle, the fierce drumming of rain softening to a whisper against the windows. Inside the bakery, the fires burned steadily. The lamps cast their warm circles of light, and 6 unlikely companions found themselves drawn into the kind of conversation that only happens when strangers become friends in the space of a single evening. Holmes found himself telling stories of his cases with less focus on the logical deductions and more on the human elements, the relief of a client cleared of suspicion, the satisfaction of justice served. Watson shared tales from his medical practice and his time in the army, speaking of healing and hope with the wisdom of someone who'd seen both the worst and best of humanity. Elizabeth spoke of her family, her love of walking and reading, her belief in the importance of looking beyond first impressions. Her stories were peppered with gentle humor and keen observations about human nature that made everyone smile. Alice, emboldened by the warm atmosphere and the dreamy effects of her lavender-laced hot chocolate, shared carefully edited versions of her adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. She spoke of impossible things with such natural ease that they began to seem not only possible but inevitable. And Dracula, perhaps most surprisingly, began to speak of beauty, of moonlit landscapes he'd witnessed across centuries, of art and music and literature that had moved him, of the strange gift of experiencing the world's changes across vast stretches of time. His voice, when he spoke of beautiful things, lost its darkness and took on an almost musical quality. "You're a poet," Alice said suddenly, looking at him with bright, certain eyes. "I can hear it in the way you speak about beautiful things. You should write again." "Perhaps," the Count mused, and for the first time since entering the bakery, he smiled a real smile that transformed his entire face. "Perhaps I shall." The baker appeared once more as the clock on the wall chimed 9, carrying a large tray with mugs of what could only be described as liquid comfort. The drinks were different for each person. Alice received chamomile tea with honey and a hint of vanilla. Elizabeth got peppermint tea that tasted of peaceful evenings. Watson was given a warm milk toddy that reminded him of childhood security. Holmes received a complex herbal blend that seemed to quiet his normally racing mind, and Dracula found himself with a cup of something dark and warming that tasted of redemption and second chances. "Nighttime soothers," the baker explained, "to ease you toward rest whenever you're ready for it." "Must we be ready soon?" Alice asked, though her eyelids were already growing heavy. "This has been such a lovely evening." "The storm is passing," the baker said gently, "but you're all welcome to stay as long as you need. There are comfortable chairs, soft blankets, and plenty of books if anyone feels like reading quietly." Indeed, the rain outside had softened to the gentlest patter, and through the windows they could see the first stars beginning to peek through the breaking clouds. The world outside looked washed clean and peaceful, ready for a quiet night. "I don't think I've ever felt quite so content," Elizabeth murmured, settling deeper into her chair with her peppermint tea, "as if all the restlessness I usually carry has simply melted away." "It's the company," Watson said warmly. "Good company is the finest medicine for a troubled spirit." "And good food," Holmes added, though his usual sharpness had been replaced by something gentler, "and shelter from storms, both literal and metaphorical." "And stories," Alice said dreamily. "Everyone needs stories." "And second chances," Dracula added quietly, "even when you think you no longer deserve them." The fire crackled peacefully, and somewhere in the kitchen they could hear the soft sounds of the baker cleaning up, the gentle clink of dishes, the whisper of towels on counters, the domestic music of a day's work coming to its end. One by one they found themselves settling deeper into their chairs, the warm drinks and the day's emotions combining to create a drowsy contentment. Elizabeth pulled a soft throw around her shoulders and picked up a book from the small table beside her chair. It appeared to be a collection of peaceful poetry. Holmes accepted a similar blanket and found himself with a volume of classical music compositions, which he perused with sleepy interest. Watson simply closed his eyes and listened to the gentle sounds of the dying storm. Alice discovered that her chair transformed into something remarkably like a bed when she curled up in it, complete with pillows that smelled of lavender and fresh air. The Count found that his corner had been equipped with a comfortable chaise lounge and heavy curtains that could block out any unwanted light, along with a small shelf of books on art and beauty. "How did you know?" Alice murmured to the baker, who was moving quietly around the room, adjusting pillows and adding fresh logs to the fire. "Know what, dear?" "Exactly what each of us needed. The right food, the right drinks, the right places to rest." The baker paused, and though the figure remained shadowy and indistinct, there was a smile in the voice. "Oh, that's not hard at all. Everyone needs the same things, really: warmth, comfort, acceptance, and a safe place to rest. The details may vary, but the heart of it is always the same." "What about you?" Elizabeth asked sleepily. "Don't you need rest?" "Oh, I rest," the baker chuckled, "but differently than most. I rest by providing what others need. There's great peace in that, you know, in being useful, in making others comfortable. It's its own form of sleep." Outside, the last of the storm clouds were drifting away, leaving behind a sky full of stars and a gentle night breeze that whispered through the trees. Inside the bakery, 6 travelers from different worlds and different stories had found exactly what they needed, not just shelter from the storm, but something deeper and more lasting. Holmes was the first to drift toward true sleep, his analytical mind finally quiet, his breathing deep and even. Watson followed soon after, his kind face peaceful in the lamplight. Elizabeth marked her place in her book and let her eyes close, a small smile on her lips, as if she were dreaming of pleasant things even before sleep truly claimed her. Alice was asleep almost before she realized it, her dreams filled with gentle adventures and friendly faces. The Count was the last to close his eyes, but when he finally did, it was with an expression of such peace that he looked centuries younger. The baker moved quietly around the sleeping figures, adjusting blankets, dimming lamps, and banking the fires to burn steadily through the night. Outside, the world settled into the kind of deep, peaceful quiet that only comes after a cleansing storm. In the morning, each of the travelers would wake refreshed and somehow changed, not dramatically, but in the subtle way that comes from being truly seen and accepted. They would find fresh pastries waiting for them, along with coffee and tea, and the kinds of breakfast treats that make mornings feel like gifts. They would exchange addresses and promises to write, though somehow they would all know that their paths would cross again, probably in this very place. But for now, they slept 6 unlikely friends who had found each other in a magical bakery on a stormy night, their dreams mixing and mingling in the warm air like the scents of vanilla and cinnamon and all good things. The rainy day cottage bakery held them safe in its warm embrace, a sanctuary where stories lived and strangers became family, and every ending was really just a new beginning waiting to unfold. The storm had passed, but the peace it brought remained, settling over the bakery like a blessing that would linger long after the last star faded into dawn. Outside, the world sparkled with raindrops like scattered diamonds, clean and new and full of possibilities. Inside, 6 dreamers slept on, held safe by the kind of magic that exists wherever people gather with open hearts and discover that home isn't always a place. Sometimes it's simply wherever you find yourself truly welcome. And in the kitchen, barely visible in the dying firelight, the baker smiled and continued the quiet work that never truly ends, the ancient, essential task of nurturing souls and creating comfort, one perfect pastry at a time. The Rainy Day Fairy Tale Bakery, a storm's evening. The first drops began to fall just as the afternoon light was fading into evening, each raindrop catching the last golden rays of sunlight before dissolving into the cobblestones of Storybook Lane. The storm had been building all day, thick pewter clouds gathering like wool blankets across the sky, and now they were finally releasing their burden in a gentle, steady rhythm that would soon grow into something more substantial. At the corner of Storybook Lane and Enchanted Avenue, Where the old gas lamp flickered with its warm, honey-colored glow, stood the rainy day fairy tale bakery. Its windows glowed like amber jewels in the growing dusk, and from within came the most wonderful aromas, cinnamon and nutmeg, fresh bread and sweet vanilla, with undertones of chocolate and the mysterious scent of something magical baking in the depths of the ovens. The bakery was a thing of beauty, with its weathered brick walls covered in climbing ivy that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The wooden sign above the door swayed gently in the evening breeze, its painted letters reading "The Rainy Day Fairy Tale Bakery" in elegant script, with small illustrations of sleeping moons, twinkling stars, and tiny fairy wings dancing around the edges. Two large mullioned windows flanked the heavy oak door, their glass panes frosted with condensation from the warmth within, but still allowing glimpses of the cozy interior that awaited any weary traveller seeking shelter from the storm. Inside, the bakery was a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. Exposed wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, darkened with age and hung with bundles of dried herbs and flowers that released their subtle fragrances into the air. The walls were lined with tall shelves that reached nearly to the rafters, filled with jars of sparkling preserves, bottles of amber honey, and containers holding mysterious ingredients that seemed to glow with their own soft light. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth crackling merrily with a fire that cast dancing shadows across the room and filled the air with the comforting scent of burning applewood. Scattered throughout the space were mismatched but perfectly harmonious tables and chairs, some round, some square, some crafted from rich mahogany, others from painted pine in soft pastels. Each table held a small oil lamp that flickered with a steady golden flame, creating pools of warm light that invited quiet conversation and peaceful contemplation. Cushioned window seats lined the front windows, piled high with soft pillows in jewel tones of deep purple, forest green, and midnight blue, perfect for curling up with a warm drink and watching the rain paint silver streaks down the glass. Behind the main seating area, partially hidden by a curtain of hanging dried flowers, was the bakery's kitchen. Here, mysterious sounds emerged, the gentle clatter of mixing bowls, the soft thud of kneading, the whisper of flour being sifted, and the quiet hum of someone who clearly loved their work. The baker remained largely unseen, appearing only as a shadow moving behind the flower curtain, but their presence was felt in every perfectly crafted pastry, every loaf of bread that emerged from the ovens with its crust golden and its interior soft as silk. As the rain began to fall more steadily, drumming against the bakery's windows with increasing urgency, the first visitor of the evening appeared at the door. Alice paused on the threshold, her blonde hair slightly dampened from the rain despite her best efforts to hurry. She wore her familiar blue dress with its crisp white apron, though both were now a bit rumpled from her latest adventure through Wonderland's more peculiar territories. In her hands, she clutched a small wicker basket that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly quality. "Oh my," she breathed as she stepped inside, the warmth of the bakery enveloping her like a gentle embrace. What a perfectly lovely place, this island. The bells above the door chimed a soft, melodic welcome as Alice closed it behind her, shutting out the growing storm. She stood for a moment, simply breathing in the wonderful aromas and letting her eyes adjust to the warm, golden light. The stress of her recent tumble through the rabbit hole seemed to melt away from her shoulders as she took in the cozy interior. "I do hope someone is here," she called softly, not wanting to disturb the peaceful atmosphere. "I was just passing through on my way home from the most extraordinary tea party, and I'm afraid I've gotten caught in this lovely storm." From behind the flower curtain came a gentle rustling, and though the baker didn't appear, a warm voice called out, "Welcome, dear child. Please, find yourself a comfortable seat wherever you'd like, something warm to drink perhaps, and I believe I have just the thing for someone who spent time at a tea party." Alice smiled, the tension in her face easing completely as she chose a small round table near the fireplace. The chair was perfectly sized for her, with a soft cushion in deep blue velvet that seemed to cradle her tired form. She set her mysterious basket on the table and folded her hands in her lap, watching the flames dance in the hearth. Within moments, the baker appeared, or rather, their hands appeared through a gap in the flower curtain, holding a delicate porcelain teacup and saucer painted with tiny roses and golden vines. The tea inside was a beautiful amber color, and steam rose from its surface in gentle spirals that seemed to form tiny dancing figures before dissolving into the air. "Chamomile and lavender," came the baker's voice, "with just a touch of honey from bees that only visit dreams, and I believe you might enjoy these." A small plate followed, bearing 3 of the most enchanting cookies Alice had ever seen. They were shaped like playing cards, but instead of the harsh red and black she was accustomed to, these were decorated in soft pastels, roses and blues and gentle golds. Each cookie was perfectly iced with intricate designs that seemed to shift slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them. "Oh, how wonderful," Alice murmured, lifting the teacup to her lips. The first sip was like liquid contentment, warming her from the inside and easing away the last traces of confusion from her recent adventures. "These are absolutely perfect, so much more civilized than the Mad Hatter's eternal tea party." She took a bite of one of the card cookies, and her eyes widened in delight. It tasted like sunshine and laughter, with hints of vanilla and something that reminded her of her mother's garden on a perfect spring morning. As she ate, she felt herself growing drowsy in the most pleasant way, as if the warmth and comfort of the bakery were wrapping around her like a soft blanket. The rain continued to fall outside, and Alice found herself lulled by its steady rhythm against the windows. She was just reaching for her second cookie when the bakery door opened again, bringing with it a gust of cool air and the earthy scent of the storm. Heidi stepped inside, shaking droplets from her dark hair and stomping her sturdy boots on the mat. She wore a simple woolen dress the color of mountain streams, with a thick knitted shawl wrapped around her shoulders. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold rain and the walk down from the high meadows, and her eyes sparkled with the health and vitality that came from a life lived close to nature. "Ruizi," she called out cheerfully, using the Swiss greeting she'd learned from her grandfather. "I hope you don't mind another visitor." I was on my way back to grandfather's hut when the storm caught me, and I saw your lovely lights. Alice looked up from her tea and smiled warmly. "Oh, please do come in. I'm Alice, and this is the most wonderful bakery I've ever encountered. The baker has been so kind." Heidi's face lit up as she unwound her shawl and chose a chair near Alice's table. "I'm Heidi," she said, settling into a chair that seemed made for someone accustomed to simple mountain furniture. "I live up in the Alps with my grandfather, but I come down to the village sometimes. I've never seen this bakery before, though it feels like it's been here forever. That's because it exists whenever it's needed most," came the baker's gentle voice from behind the curtain. "And I believe someone who spends her days among the high peaks might enjoy something that tastes of home." A steaming mug appeared, larger and sturdier than Alice's delicate teacup. It was filled with what looked like hot chocolate, but richer and more complex, with swirls of cream on top and a dusting of what might have been cinnamon or perhaps powdered starlight. Alongside it came a plate of small, golden brown pastries that looked like tiny mountain peaks, each one perfectly formed and dusted with what looked like fresh snow but tasted, when Heidi took a tentative bite, like the sweetest honey and nuts. "Ah, this is like grandmother's Lebkuchen," Heidi sighed with pleasure, "but somehow even better. It tastes like Christmas morning and summer afternoons all at once." Alice nodded understandingly. "The food here seems to taste like memories, doesn't it? Like the very best moments all gathered together in a single bite." The two young women sat in comfortable silence for a while, sipping their warm drinks and listening to the rain grow steadier outside. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, and the oil lamps flickered in their gentle rhythm, creating an atmosphere of perfect peace and contentment. They were just beginning to share stories, Alice of her tumble through the looking glass, Heidi of her life among the mountain peaks, when the door opened for a third time. Dorothy entered, her famous blue gingham dress slightly faded from many adventures, her dark hair in braids that were coming slightly undone from the wind and rain. She carried a small wicker basket not unlike Alice's, and her silver shoes not ruby, as some stories claimed, but silver as starlight clicked softly on the bakery's wooden floor. "Oh my," she said, echoing Alice's earlier words as she took in the cozy interior. "Aunt Em always said that when you're caught in a storm, the best thing to do is find somewhere warm and safe to wait it out. This place looks perfect." "Dorothy," Alice exclaimed, recognizing the famous traveler immediately. "Please join us. I'm Alice, and this is Heidi. We've both just found shelter from the storm ourselves." Dorothy's face brightened as she settled into a third chair, completing their little circle around the warm table. "It's so nice to meet you both. I was just returning from a visit to the Emerald City when this storm blew up. In Kansas, we know to take storms seriously, but this one seemed different, somehow gentler, like it was herding me somewhere I needed to be." The baker seemed to understand exactly what Dorothy needed. A tall glass appeared, filled with something that looked like lemonade, but sparkled with tiny bubbles, and had a color that shifted between pink and gold, depending on the angle of the light. With it came a slice of what could only be described as rainbow cake, layers of the softest sponge in gentle colors that seemed to capture the essence of hope itself. "Oh my goodness," Dorothy breathed after her first taste. "This is like coming home after the longest journey. It tastes like Aunt Em's kitchen and the yellow brick road and the very best parts of every place I've ever been." Heidi leaned forward, her eyes bright with curiosity. "You've really traveled to an Emerald City? I've heard stories, but I thought they were just tales." "Oh, they're real," Dorothy laughed, her voice soft in the bakery's warm atmosphere. "Though sometimes I think the most important journeys are the ones that bring you full circle back to where you started, but with new eyes to see the magic that was always there." Alice nodded thoughtfully, stirring her tea with a small silver spoon that had appeared beside her cup. "I know exactly what you mean. Every time I return from Wonderland, I see my own world a little differently. The ordinary becomes extraordinary when you've experienced the truly impossible." The three young women fell into an easy conversation, sharing stories of their adventures while the storm continued outside. The rain had settled into a steady, soothing rhythm that seemed to wrap around the bakery like a protective cocoon. Inside, the warmth and light created a perfect sanctuary, and the mysterious baker continued to provide exactly what each guest needed. Fresh tea for Alice, more of the mountain pastries for Heidi, and another glass of that magical sparkling drink for Dorothy. As they talked, the bakery seemed to grow even cozier around them. The fire settled into a comfortable, steady crackle, and the oil lamps burned with unwavering flames that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The scent of baking bread mingled with cinnamon and vanilla, creating an olfactory symphony that spoke of home and comfort and perfect contentment. It was during a comfortable lull in their conversation, when all three were simply enjoying the peace of the moment, that the bakery door opened once more. This time, it admitted a figure that seemed to carry winter with her, despite the season. The Snow Queen entered gracefully, her long white coat glistening with what might have been raindrops or might have been frost. Her pale hair was crowned with what looked like a tiara of ice crystals, but her expression was not the cold, imperious one of legend. Instead, her face was soft with weariness, and her ice-blue eyes held a warmth that spoke of recent transformation. "Forgive the intrusion," she said, her voice like wind chimes touched by a gentle breeze. "I saw the lights and felt the warmth from the street. It's been so long since I've experienced true hospitality." Alice, Heidi, and Dorothy exchanged glances and then smiled simultaneously. "Please join us," Alice said warmly. "We've all found refuge from the storm here, and there's something magical about this place that makes everyone welcome." "I'm Heidi," offered the mountain girl, "and these are my new friends, Alice and Dorothy. We were just sharing stories and enjoying the most wonderful food and drink." The Snow Queen, though she seemed reluctant to use her title, accepted a chair at their expanding circle. I was called the Snow Queen," she said softly, "though I've recently learned that there are warmer ways to rule a kingdom." No sooner had she settled than the baker provided what seemed impossible, a drink that steamed warmly but somehow captured the essence of winter itself. It was served in a crystal goblet that seemed to be carved from ice but was perfectly warm to the touch. The liquid inside was the palest blue, like the heart of a glacier, but it tasted of hot spiced cider with notes of pine and fresh snow and something that could only be described as the sound of sleigh bells. With it came pastries shaped like perfect snowflakes, each one unique and intricate, but these snowflakes were warm and golden, tasting of butter and honey with a hint of peppermint that was refreshing without being cold. "How extraordinary," she murmured after her first sip. "It's as if someone has captured the beauty of winter without its harshness, the wonder without the isolation." Dorothy leaned forward with interest. "I understand something about isolation. Sometimes the greatest journeys are the ones that teach us we don't have to travel alone." Indeed, her voice growing warmer with each word. "I spent so many years locked away, afraid of my own power, afraid of hurting others. It took a child little Gerda to show me that even ice can melt when touched by genuine love." Heidi clasped her hands together. "Oh, Gerda, is she well? I've heard her story told in the villages below the mountains. They say she traveled through terrible cold to save her friend." Her face brightened completely, transforming her from an austere queen into someone who looked hardly older than her companions. "She is wonderful, and so is Kay. They're both safe and happy, and their love, their pure innocent love, taught me that my powers were never meant to isolate me. They were meant to bring joy, to create beauty, to remind people of wonder." Alice smiled over her teacup. "It's funny how the very things that make us different, that make us feel alone, can become the things that help us connect with others in the most meaningful ways." The four women continued their gentle conversation as the evening deepened around them. The storm outside had reached its peak, with rain drumming steadily against the windows and wind rustling through the trees along Storybook Lane. But inside the bakery, the atmosphere had grown even more peaceful and intimate. The baker continued to move unseen behind the flower curtain, and occasionally new treats would appear, tiny cream puffs filled with lavender custard, miniature tarts topped with fruits that seemed to glow with their own inner light, small cups of soup that tasted like liquid comfort. They were deep in a discussion about the nature of home, Alice describing her family's garden, Heidi painting word pictures of alpine meadows, Dorothy sharing memories of Kansas wheat fields, and the Snow Queen speaking of ice palaces that had been transformed into warm gathering places when the door opened one final time. Wendy Darling stepped inside, shaking rain from her long brown hair and smoothing down her white nightgown, which she'd covered with a sensible blue cloak for her journey. She paused in the doorway, taking in the scene of the four women gathered around the warm table, and her face lit up with the kind of delight that only someone who truly understood the magic of unexpected discoveries could show. Oh, she breathed, what a perfectly lovely place to wait out a storm. I was flying home from Neverland when the weather turned, and I saw your lights. I do hope you don't mind another visitor. Flying? The Snow Queen asked with genuine curiosity, while Alice, Heidi, and Dorothy made welcoming gestures for Wendy to join them. With Peter Pan, Wendy explained, settling into a fifth chair that appeared as if it had always been part of their circle. Though I must admit, I prefer traveling during clear weather. Rain makes it rather difficult to navigate, even with fairy dust. I'm Alice, and these are Heidi, Dorothy, and the Snow Queen, Alice said, making introductions. We've all found ourselves here tonight, and it's been the most wonderful evening of sharing stories and experiencing this magical bakery. Wendy's arrival seemed to complete something in the atmosphere of the bakery. The baker appeared to sense this as well, for the offering that came for Wendy was especially thoughtful, a pot of tea that smelled like bedtime stories and starlight, served in a cup decorated with tiny painted ships sailing across a midnight blue sea. With it came what could only be called story cookies, each one shaped like a different element from classic tales. And when Wendy bit into one shaped like a pirate ship, she exclaimed that it tasted exactly like adventure, but the safe kind that always ended with everyone tucked into warm beds. How perfect, Wendy sighed contentedly. In Neverland everything is excitement and adventure, but sometimes what you really need is a place like this, somewhere warm and quiet, where you can process all the wonderful things you've experienced. Dorothy nodded understandingly. I know exactly what you mean. After all the excitement of Oz, sometimes the most magical thing was just sitting in Aunt Em's kitchen, eating her apple pie and listening to the wind across the prairie. There's magic in the quiet moments too, Heidi added softly. When I'm up in the high meadows with Grandfather, sometimes the most beautiful part of the day is just sitting by the fire in the evening, listening to the wind and feeling grateful for simple things. The Snow Queen smiled, her ice blue eyes twinkling. I've learned that the most powerful magic often comes from the gentlest moments, a child's laughter, a friend's understanding touch, the simple act of sharing a meal with people who truly see you. Alice raised her teacup slightly, as if making a toast. To gentle magic then, and to unexpected meetings that become treasured memories. The 5 women touched their cups and glasses together in a soft, musical chime that seemed to harmonize with the rain outside. The storm was beginning to soften now, its fierce drumming settling into a gentler patter that sounded almost like a lullaby. As if sensing the change in the weather and the mood, the baker emerged at last from behind the flower curtain. They were exactly as one might expect a fairy tale baker to be, neither young nor old, with flower-dusted hands and eyes that held the wisdom of someone who had seen many stories unfold. Their smile was warm and encompassing, taking in all 5 women with equal affection. I believe, the baker said in a voice like honey and warm bread, that this evening calls for something special, something to mark the end of the storm and the beginning of peaceful dreams. They disappeared back into the kitchen, and soon the most incredible aroma began to waft through the bakery, something that smelled like every comfort food memory rolled into one perfect scent. When the baker returned, they carried a large round cake that seemed to glow with its own inner light. It was covered in frosting the color of moonlight, decorated with delicate flowers that looked real enough to have been picked from an enchanted garden, and around its edge, written in script that seemed to shift between languages, were the words "Sweet Dreams" and "Safe Travels." "This is a dream cake," the baker explained, setting it in the center of their table. "Each slice will taste like your most peaceful memory, and it carries with it the promise of restful sleep and pleasant dreams." They cut the cake with a silver knife that caught the firelight, and each slice was indeed different. Alice's piece tasted like her mother's rose garden on a perfect summer afternoon. Heidi's held the flavor of fresh milk and honey with the clean taste of mountain air. Dorothy's slice was redolent of fresh baked bread and prairie flowers. The Snow Queen piece somehow captured the taste of the first warm day after a long winter, when the snow begins to melt and reveal the green beneath. And Wendy's slice tasted like her mother's goodnight kisses and the security of a warm nursery where stories came to life but never grew scary. As they ate the magical cake, a profound peace settled over all 5 women. The storm outside had gentled to barely a whisper, and through the bakery windows they could see the first stars beginning to peek through the parting clouds. "I should probably be heading home soon," Dorothy said softly, though she made no move to leave. "Aunt Em will be worried." "As should I," added Wendy. "Peter and the boys will wonder what became of me. Grandfather will be concerned if I don't return before too late," Heidi murmured. "My kingdom needs tending," the Snow Queen dreamily. "And I have a very important date with a looking glass," Alice concluded. But none of them moved. The warmth of the bakery, the contentment that came from sharing food and stories with kindred spirits, and the magical peace that seemed to emanate from the very walls held them in perfect stillness. The baker smiled understandingly. "The night is still young, and sometimes the most important journeys are the ones that take us inward, into rest and dreams. Perhaps you'd each like something to help you on your way." 5 small packages appeared, each one wrapped in paper that seemed to shimmer with starlight. Inside, each woman found a small bundle of what looked like tea, that smelled like distilled moonbeams and whispered promises of peaceful sleep. "Dream tea," the baker explained. "Brew a cup before bed, wherever bed might be tonight, and you'll find that your dreams are filled with all the best parts of this evening." Alice tucked her package into her wicker basket with reverent care. "Thank you," she said softly. "This evening has been the most perfect pause between adventures." Heidi stood and gathered her shawl around her shoulders, but slowly, as if reluctant to break the spell of the evening. "I'll never forget this place, or any of you," she said warmly. "Sometimes the mountains can feel lonely, but tonight I feel connected to something larger and more wonderful than I ever imagined." Dorothy rose as well, checking to ensure her silver shoes were securely fastened. "There really is no place like home," she said with a smile, but sometimes you need to visit magical places like this to remember why home is so precious. The Snow Queen with fluid grace, her white coat settling around her like snow. I'll carry the warmth of this evening back to my kingdom, she promised, and perhaps I'll create some new ice sculptures, ones that capture not the cold beauty of winter, but the warm beauty of friendship. Wendy was the last to rise, carefully tucking the package of dream tea into her cloak. I'll tell the boys about this place, she said, though I suspect they'll think it's just another of my stories. Perhaps that's as it should be. The 5 women moved toward the door together, but slowly, as if walking through honey-sweetened time. The baker followed them, and as each one reached the threshold, they found themselves embraced by a hug that felt like coming home and saying goodbye all at once. Remember, the baker said softly to each in turn, the rainy day fairy tale bakery exists whenever it's needed most. Whenever you find yourself caught in a storm, whether of weather or of heart, you'll find us here. Alice was the first to step out into the night. The rain had stopped completely now, and the air smelled clean and fresh, like new beginnings. The cobblestones gleamed wetly under the gas lamp's glow, and overhead the clouds were parting to reveal a canopy of stars that seemed unusually bright and welcoming. One by one, the others followed. Heidi breathed deeply of the cool mountain air and set off up the winding path that would take her back to her grandfather's hut. Dorothy clicked her heels together softly and disappeared in a swirl of silver light, carried home by the magic that had always been with her. The Snow Queen walked gracefully down the lane, and with each step, tiny flowers of frost bloomed and then melted on the cobblestones, leaving behind only the faintest trace of her passage. Wendy looked up at the now clear sky, whispered, "Second star to the right, and straight on till morning," and rose gently into the air, carried by thoughts of happy endings and peaceful dreams. Alice was the last to leave, standing for a moment outside the bakery and looking back through its golden windows. Inside, the fire still crackled merrily, and the oil lamps still cast their warm, steady glow. The baker was moving about, quietly cleaning up from the evening's gathering, but they paused in their work to raise a hand in farewell. With a heart full of contentment and a basket containing the most precious of gifts, Alice set off down Storybook Lane toward home. Behind her, the rainy day fairy tale bakery settled into peaceful quiet, its lights continuing to shine warmly in case any other storm-weary traveler might need shelter and comfort. The night was perfectly still now, with only the gentle sound of water dripping from leaves and eaves as the last of the storm departed. In houses and castles, in huts and palaces, in nurseries and kingdoms across the story-filled world, 5 young women prepared for sleep, each carrying with them the warmth of unexpected friendship and the promise of dreams as sweet as fairy tale cake. And in the rainy day fairy tale bakery, the last of the oil lamps flickered down to a gentle glow, the fire settled into glowing embers, and the magical space that existed whenever it was needed most tucked itself quietly into the space between stories, waiting for the next storm, and the next group of travelers who would need exactly what it had to offer: warmth, comfort, perfect food, and the irreplaceable magic of kindred spirits finding each other on exactly the right night. The rainy day enchanted forest bakery. The autumn storm rolled across the countryside like a great gentle giant stretching its arms, sending sheets of silver rain cascading down from pewter clouds that hung low and soft in the evening sky. Thunder rumbled in the distance, not sharp or frightening, but deep and comforting, like the purr of some enormous contented cat. And there, nestled between two ancient oak trees whose branches formed a natural canopy, stood the rainy day enchanted forest bakery, its windows glowing amber and gold against the gathering dusk. Warm light spilled from every pane of glass, creating pools of welcome on the rain-soaked cobblestone path that wound through the village. The bakery itself seemed to breathe with life. Wisps of steam curled from the chimney, carrying with them the most wonderful scents: cinnamon and nutmeg, brown butter and vanilla, fresh bread, and something mysteriously sweet that could only be described as the essence of comfort itself. Inside, the bakery was a symphony of warmth. Copper pots gleamed on open shelves, their surfaces reflecting the dancing flames from the great stone fireplace that dominated one wall. Hand-hewn wooden beams stretched across the ceiling, draped with dried herbs and strings of fairy lights that twinkled like captured stars. The floors were made of wide plank wood, worn smooth by countless feet and glowing honey gold in the firelight. Mismatched armchairs and settees were scattered throughout the space, each one piled high with soft cushions in deep forest greens and warm burgundies, perfect for curling up with a book and a steaming mug of something delicious. Behind the curved glass counter, an array of treats weighted like jewels in a treasure chest. There were woodland walnut scones shaped like tiny mushrooms, their tops dusted with pearl sugar that caught the light. Fairy ring donuts sat in perfect circles, glazed with honey and lavender. Elderberry tarts gleamed purple dark in their flaky pastry shells, topped with whisper-thin slices of pear, and in the very center, a towering enchanted forest cake rose like a miniature woodland scene, complete with marzipan toadstools and sugarwork ferns that looked so real you might expect a tiny fairy to peek out from behind them. The mysterious baker worked quietly in the kitchen beyond, never quite seen but always present, sending forth an endless stream of perfectly timed treats and steaming beverages that appeared on the counter just when they were needed most. Tonight, as the storm painted the windows with rivers of rain, the bakery felt especially magical, as if it were calling to those who needed shelter, warmth, and perhaps a touch of wonder. The first to arrive was Dorothy Gale, her cheeks pink from the wind, and her dark hair escaping from beneath a simple blue headscarf. She pushed open the heavy wooden door, causing the brass bell above it to chime a sweet, welcoming note that seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of the rain. Water dripped from her worn but practical traveling dress, and she carried a small wicker basket covered with a damp cloth. "Oh my," she breathed. stepping into the warmth and looking around with eyes that held both wonder and relief. The scent of baking bread enveloped her like an embrace, and she could feel the tension in her shoulders melting away like snow in sunshine. This is exactly what I needed. Dorothy had been walking for hours, following a yellow brick road that had somehow led her not to Oz, but to this enchanted corner of the world. Her adventures in the magical land had taught her to recognize true magic when she saw it, and this bakery fairly thrummed with it. She settled into a deep armchair near the fire, setting her basket at her feet, and soon found a steaming mug of what could only be described as home appearing on the small table beside her hot cocoa, with a hint of Kansas prairie honey and a dollop of cloud white whipped cream. As Dorothy sipped her cocoa and felt the warmth spreading through her bones, the door chimed again. This time it admitted Alice, no longer the confused child who had tumbled down a rabbit hole, but a young woman with the kind of clear, intelligent eyes that come from having seen the impossible and lived to tell about it. Her blonde hair was pinned back practically, though a few rebellious curls had escaped to frame her face, and she wore a simple blue dress with a crisp white apron, the uniform, perhaps, of someone who had learned to navigate strange worlds with grace and determination. "Curiouser and curiouser," Alice murmured, taking in the bakery's cozy splendor. Her voice held the cultured tones of Victorian England, but warmed with genuine delight. Though I must say, after tea parties with Mad Hatters and croquet with Queen of Hearts, a sensible bakery is quite refreshing. She approached the counter with the measured steps of someone who had learned to be cautious of magical places, but her caution melted away as she breathed in the comforting aromas. Without being asked, a delicate china plate appeared, bearing what looked like the most perfect tea cakes she had ever seen, tiny rabbit-hole roulades filled with raspberry jam and dusted with powdered sugar, accompanied by a proper cup of Earl Grey that steamed gently in its matching saucer. "Good evening," Dorothy called softly from her chair by the fire. "I'm Dorothy. Are you taking shelter from the storm too?" Alice turned with a smile that transformed her serious face into something luminous. "Alice," she replied, lifting her teacup in a gentle salute. "And yes, though I must admit I'm beginning to suspect this storm was quite intentionally placed in my path. There's something wonderfully deliberate about finding exactly what you need when you need it most." The two young women settled into companionable conversation, Alice taking the armchair opposite Dorothy's. They spoke of travels and strange lands, of the comfort of finding familiar things in unfamiliar places, and of how sometimes the most magical journeys were the ones that led you home to yourself. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and the fire crackled softly, creating a cocoon of peace around their quiet voices. They had just discovered their shared appreciation for ruby slippers and looking-glass logic when the door opened once more. This time it admitted a tall, lean figure with an unmistakable air of otherworldly wisdom. Merlin, the mythical magician, stepped into the bakery, his staff clicking against the wooden floor, his robes damp from the rain, but his eyes twinkling with the same warmth as the fairy lights overhead. Water droplets clung to his magnificent beard like tiny diamonds, and his pointed hat bore a few autumn leaves that had been caught by the wind. "Well, well," he said, his deep voice carrying the resonance of mountains and deep forests. "It seems the evening has brought me to precisely where I belong." He looked around the bakery with the appreciative gaze of someone who had seen many wonders but still recognized true hospitality when he encountered it. "There is old magic here, good magic, the kind that nourishes both body and spirit." The wizard found himself guided to a high-backed chair near the fire, where a steaming bowl of what appeared to be hobbit stew materialized before him, rich with root vegetables and herbs, accompanied by a thick slice of Shire seed bread that was still warm from the oven. A tall tankard of something that smelled of honey and distant meadows completed the offering. "Merlin," he introduced himself with a courtly bow to the ladies. "Wizard, wanderer, and at this moment, grateful guest." "Dorothy," she replied, raising her cocoa mug in greeting. "From Kansas, most recently from Oz, currently just happy to be somewhere warm and dry." "Alice," added the young woman, setting down her teacup with a gentle clink. "Late of Wonderland, though I must say this place makes far more sense than anything I encountered there." "Ah," Merlin smiled, breaking off a piece of his bread and watching the steam rise from its golden interior. "But sense is not always the most important quality in a place, is it? Sometimes what we need most is simply rightness. The feeling that we are exactly where we belong, for exactly as long as we need to be there." As if summoned by his words, the door opened again to admit a figure that seemed to carry starlight in her very presence. The blue fairy stepped into the bakery, her gossamer gown barely stirring as she moved, tiny points of light dancing around her like captured fireflies. Her hair fell in waves of silver gold, and her eyes held the deep compassion of someone who had spent eternity helping others find their way. "What a perfectly lovely evening for finding sanctuary," she said, her voice like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Where her feet touched the floor, small flowers of light bloomed for just a moment before fading, leaving behind only the faintest scent of jasmine and starshine. The fairy found herself at a small round table near the window, where she could watch the rain tracing silver paths down the glass. Before her appeared a cup of what looked like liquid moonlight, pale and luminous, steaming gently and smelling of vanilla and dreams. Beside it sat a delicate pastry shaped like a star, its surface shimmering with what might have been sugar or might have been actual stardust. "I am called the Blue Fairy," she said, lifting her luminous cup in greeting to the others. "I spend my time helping wooden puppets become real boys and granting wishes to those who truly believe. Tonight, I find myself in need of a different kind of magic, the magic of simple mortal comforts." "We were just discussing how sometimes we find exactly what we need when we need it most," Alice observed, gesturing gracefully toward the fairy's ethereal refreshment. "Though I must admit your appearance suggests you might be more accustomed to providing such magic rather than receiving it." The Blue Fairy's laugh was like silver bells. Even those who give magic need to receive it sometimes. There is great wisdom in knowing when to be the helper and when to accept help. This storm has reminded me that even fairies occasionally need shelter. Merlin nodded approvingly. Indeed, I have found in my long years that the wisest beings are those who understand that giving and receiving are simply two sides of the same blessed coin. As if drawn by their philosophical musings, another figure appeared at the door. Wendy Darling stepped inside, shaking raindrops from her practical brown cloak, and looking around with the kind of wonder that only comes to those who have flown with Peter Pan, but never lost their appreciation for earthbound comforts. She had grown into a thoughtful young woman, her hair still the color of autumn leaves, but now pinned up in a sensible style that couldn't quite hide her adventurous spirit. "Oh my goodness," she breathed, taking in the bakery's magical atmosphere. "It's like stepping into one of the stories I used to tell Michael and John." She moved with the graceful confidence of someone who had learned to navigate both nurseries and Neverland, her eyes bright with recognition of wonder when she saw it. A cozy spot opened up naturally on a cushioned window seat, where Wendy found herself with a mug of what tasted exactly like the hot milk and honey her mother used to make, accompanied by a plate of Star Wish cookies, delicate buttery treats cut in the shapes of stars and dusted with sugar that sparkled like fairy dust in the lamplight. "Wendy Darling," she introduced herself, curtsying slightly to the assembled group. "Storyteller, sometime resident of Neverland, and currently very grateful for this refuge from the storm." "How wonderful to meet a storyteller," Dorothy said warmly. "I find myself collecting quite a collection of stories myself these days." "As do we all, I suspect," Alice added thoughtfully. "There's something about unusual journeys that turns us all into storytellers, isn't there?" The conversation flowed as naturally as honey from a spoon, each person sharing glimpses of their adventures carefully edited to focus on the magical rather than the frightening, the wondrous rather than the dangerous. They spoke of flying ships and talking animals, of ruby slippers and looking glasses, of the weight of great quests, and the lightness that comes when they're finally completed. Just as Wendy was describing the sound that dreams make when they take flight, the door opened to admit one more refugee from the storm. Jo March burst in with characteristic energy, her cheeks flushed from hurrying through the rain, and her arms full of notebooks and loose papers that she clutched protectively to her chest. Her dark hair was escaping from its pins in enthusiastic spirals, and her practical dress showed signs of someone who had been too absorbed in writing to notice the approaching weather. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed, pushing the door closed with her shoulder and looking around the bakery with the keen eye of someone always searching for new settings for her stories. "I was so caught up in my writing that I completely missed the storm rolling in. This place is absolutely perfect, like something out of a fairy tale." Jo found herself at a writing desk near the fire, complete with good light and a comfortable chair that seemed designed specifically for long hours of creative work. Before her appeared a steaming mug of coffee, real coffee, dark and rich and exactly the way she preferred it, along with a plate of what could only be called author's fuel. Hearty oatmeal cookies, studded with nuts and dried fruit, perfect for sustaining long hours of inspired writing. "Joe March," she announced, settling into her chair with evident satisfaction, writer, dreamer, and currently very soggy refugee from the storm. Though I must admit, getting caught in the rain has led me to what might be the most inspiring place I've ever seen. Another storyteller, Wendy observed with delight. How wonderful! What sort of stories do you write, Joe? Joe's face lit up with the passion that always overcame her when discussing her craft. Oh, all sorts. Adventures, family stories, tales of women making their own way in the world. I've always believed that everyone has a story worth telling. It's just a matter of finding the right way to tell it. How marvelous, the Blue Fairy said, her ethereal voice warm with appreciation. Stories are a kind of magic all their own, aren't they? They have the power to transport us, to help us understand ourselves and others, to make the impossible seem possible. Indeed, Merlin added, his eyes twinkling as he looked around the group. I have always been fond of stories. There is something powerful about the moment when a tale finds exactly the right ears to hear it. As if conjured by their words, the mysterious baker finally made an appearance, not walking in from the kitchen, but simply being there, as if they had always been part of the scene but had only just decided to become visible. The baker was neither young nor old, neither tall nor short, but seemed to embody the very essence of hospitality made manifest. Their apron was dusted with flour and starlight in equal measure, and their smile held all the warmth of fresh bread and all the mystery of deep forests. "Welcome all," the baker said, their voice somehow familiar to each listener, as if it were the voice of every person who had ever offered comfort in times of need. "I see the storm has brought me exactly the guests I was hoping for tonight. You were expecting us?" Alice asked, her logical mind immediately engaging with the puzzle. The baker's smile deepened. "In my experience, storms very rarely bring the wrong people together, and tonight's storm has been particularly intentional." They gestured to a long table that hadn't been there moments before, or perhaps had always been there but had been patiently waiting for the right moment to be noticed. It was set with mismatched chairs and place settings, each one perfect for its intended occupant, and laden with an array of treats that seemed to tell the story of each guest's journey. There were ruby slipper rolls for Dorothy, glazed to a perfect red and filled with the taste of home. Alice's place held a selection of curiosity cakes, each one a different flavor and texture, meant to be sampled thoughtfully. Merlin found himself before a hearty wizard's feast, complete with second breakfast pastries and Elevence's biscuits. The Blue Fairy's setting sparkled with wish-come-true wafers, delicate as spun sugar and twice as magical. Wendy's place was adorned with storytellers' sweets, each one shaped like a character from her tales, and Joe's spot held a writer's banquet of brain food treats designed to fuel long nights of creative work. "This is incredible," Dorothy breathed, taking her place at the table. It's like you've prepared exactly what each of us needed most. That is precisely what I have done, the baker replied simply. It is, after all, what bakers are for, to nourish not just the body but the spirit as well. As they settled around the table, the storm outside seemed to soften, its earlier intensity mellowing into a gentle, steady rhythm that provided the perfect soundtrack for their feast. The conversation flowed as freely as the warm cider the baker poured into their glasses, each person sharing stories that were both fantastical and deeply human. Dorothy told of her journey home and how she'd learned that the things she'd been searching for had been with her all along. Alice spoke of the importance of maintaining one's sense of self even in the midst of impossible situations. Merlin shared wisdom about the power of small acts of courage and kindness. The Blue Fairy offered insights into the nature of wishes and the magic that lives inside everyone, waiting to be awakened. Wendy reminisced about the joy of storytelling and the responsibility that comes with keeping wonder alive in the world. Joe spoke passionately about the power of words to change hearts and minds. As the evening deepened and the storm outside settled into a gentle susurrus of rain against glass, the bakery seemed to grow even more magical. The fairy lights twinkled like stars, the fire settled into glowing embers, and a profound sense of peace settled over the gathered friends, for that was what they had become, brought together by chance and bound together by the recognition of kindred spirits. The baker appeared once more, this time carrying a magnificent dessert that seemed to capture the essence of the entire evening. It was a friendship cake, layers of different flavors representing each guest, covered in smooth frosting that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. On top, crafted from marzipan and sugarwork, was a perfect miniature replica of the bakery itself, complete with tiny glowing windows and a door that actually opened to reveal a small compartment filled with wishes written on edible paper. For new friends, the baker said simply, and for the magic that happens when the right people find each other at exactly the right time. They cut the cake together, each slice revealing new flavors and surprises layers that tasted like sunshine and adventure, like home and discovery, like wisdom and wonder, all rolled into one perfect bite. As they ate, they found themselves sharing their deepest hopes and dreams, their fears and triumphs, creating bonds that felt as if they had existed for lifetimes rather than hours. "You know," Jo said thoughtfully, setting down her fork and looking around the table at her new friends, "I think this is going to make the most wonderful story. Not just what happened to each of us individually, but this moment right here, this perfect evening where the storm brought us all together." "I'd love to read that story," Wendy said with a smile, "though I suspect we're living in it right now. Perhaps that's the most magical kind of story of all," the Blue Fairy observed, her ethereal voice soft with contentment. "The ones we find ourselves in rather than the ones we simply hear or read." Merlin nodded sagely. "There is great truth in that. Sometimes the most powerful magic is simply recognizing the wonder in the moment we're living." "Speaking of moments," Dorothy said, glancing toward the windows where the storm had gentled to barely more than a whisper. "It seems our weather is clearing." Indeed, the rain had softened to the lightest patter, and through the bakery windows they could see the first tentative stars beginning to peek through the breaking clouds. The storm was passing, but none of them seemed eager to leave the warmth and companionship they had found. "There's no hurry," the baker assured them, reading their reluctance to break up the perfect evening. "The night is still young, and there are comfortable places to rest if anyone would like to stay until morning." Sometimes the best part of an adventure is the peaceful moments that come after. As if in response to this invitation, the bakery seemed to expand and rearrange itself, revealing cozy alcoves and reading nooks that had been there all along but had simply been waiting for the right moment to be discovered. There were soft couches piled high with quilts, window seats with perfect views of the star-dotted sky, and even a small library filled with books that seemed to whisper promises of wonderful stories yet to be discovered. Dorothy curled up in a chair near the dying fire, a book of Kansas poetry in her lap, and a final mug of cocoa growing cool in her hands. The ruby slippers on her feet caught the last glimmers of firelight, and her face held the peaceful expression of someone who had truly found their way home, not to a place, but to a feeling. Alice had claimed a window seat where she could watch the last of the storm clouds drift away, revealing a sky full of stars that seemed far more sensible and well-behaved than anything she had encountered in Wonderland. A book of logic puzzles lay open beside her, but she found herself more interested in contemplating the pleasant puzzle of how a chance storm had led her to such perfect company. Merlin had settled into the deepest armchair, his pipe sending up lazy spirals of smoke that smelled of adventure and distant places. His eyes were closed, but his breathing was that of someone merely resting rather than sleeping, a wise traveler who knew the value of peaceful moments and how to fully inhabit them. The blue fairy had found a spot near the window where the starlight could touch her gossamer gown and make it shimmer with captured light. She seemed to be listening to something only she could hear, perhaps the dreams of sleeping children or the whispered wishes of those who still believed in magic. Wendy had discovered a perfect nook with a small writing desk where she was carefully recording the evening's events in a journal bound in soft leather. Her pen moved steadily across the page, capturing not just what had happened, but the feeling of it, the warmth, the fellowship, the sense of perfect rightness that had settled over them all. Jo had claimed the library corner, where she sat surrounded by books and notebooks, her own writing scattered across a small table. But for once, she wasn't frantically scribbling new stories. Instead, she was simply sitting quietly, absorbing the peaceful atmosphere and letting it fill the creative well that was always running dry from constant use. The baker moved quietly among them, refreshing drinks, adjusting cushions, adding another log to the fire when it began to burn low. They seemed to understand instinctively what each person needed: silence for some, quiet conversation for others, the perfect book or the exactly right cup of tea appearing just when it was most wanted. As the night deepened toward morning, the bakery settled into a profound quiet, broken only by the soft sounds of pages turning, the whisper of pencil on paper, and the gentle breathing of people completely at peace. The storm had passed entirely, leaving behind a sky washed clean and full of stars that seemed to shine with extra brightness, as if they too were celebrating the perfect evening that had unfolded below them. One by one, the magical visitors found themselves drifting towards sleep, not the sleep of exhaustion, but the deep, restorative rest that comes to those who are exactly where they belong. Dorothy dozed off with her book still open on her lap, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she dreamed of yellow brick roads that led to cozy bakeries. Alice fell asleep watching the stars, her logical mind finally at rest after finding a magical place that made perfect sense in all the ways that mattered most. Merlin slept the light sleep of wizards, one part of his mind always aware and watchful, while the rest of him relaxed completely into the bakery's protective embrace. The blue fairy seemed to sleep and not sleep simultaneously, her form becoming even more ethereal as she rested, like moonlight made tangible. Wendy slept with her journal still in her hands, dreams of new stories dancing behind her closed eyelids. Jo finally succumbed to sleep surrounded by her papers and books, her creative spirit recharged by the evening's perfect inspiration. The baker watched over them all as the night grew deep and quiet, occasionally adjusting a blanket or moving a book that was about to slide to the floor. But mostly they simply stood quietly, a guardian of this magical space where stories and reality intersected, where weary travelers could find exactly the rest and nourishment they needed most. As dawn approached, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, the bakery seemed to glow with its own inner light. The friends slept peacefully on, wrapped in warmth and contentment and the lingering scent of cinnamon and starlight. Outside, the world was waking up fresh-washed and new, but inside the rainy day enchanted forest bakery, time moved at its own gentle pace, allowing for dreams to linger and peace to settle deep into tired bones. The storm had passed, but its gift remained, the perfect evening when 6 strangers had become friends, when magic had taken the form of simple hospitality, and when everyone had found exactly what they needed most, a place to belong, if only for one perfect rain-blessed night. And in the quiet morning light that filtered through the bakery windows, touching sleeping faces and well-loved books, it was clear that some storms bring exactly the right kind of magic, the kind that changes hearts, creates connections, and reminds us all that sometimes the most extraordinary adventures begin with the simple act of stepping in out of the rain. The rainy day enchanted forest bakery stood ready for whatever the new day might bring, its windows still glowing softly, its door still open to any weary traveler in need of warmth, comfort, and perhaps a touch of magic. For in places like this, the real magic isn't in spells or wishes. It's in the simple truth that there will always be a warm place to rest, a kind soul to offer comfort, and friends to be found in the most unexpected moments. And so our story ends, as all the best bedtime stories should, with everyone exactly where they belong, surrounded by peace and comfort, drifting gently toward dreams, filled with the promise of new adventures and the certainty that no matter where their journeys might take them, there will always be a place like the rainy day enchanted forest bakery waiting to welcome them home. The rainy day medieval bakery. The rain began as a whisper against the diamond-paned windows of the medieval bakery, each droplet tracing lazy paths down the thick, warped glass like tears of joy. By evening, that whisper had grown into a symphony, a gentle drumming that seemed to call to every weary soul within miles of the narrow cobblestone street where the bakery sat, its wooden sign creaking peacefully in the wind. Inside, the bakery glowed like a jewel against the darkening sky. Thick stone walls, worn smooth by centuries of gentle hands, held the warmth close. Heavy oak beams stretched across the ceiling, darkened by age and smoke, while copper pots hung from wrought iron hooks, catching the flickering light of dozens of beeswax candles that cast dancing shadows across shelves lined with earthenware jars and linen-wrapped loaves. The great stone hearth dominated one wall, its fire crackling with apple wood that filled the air with sweet smoky perfume. Above it, bundles of dried herbs, rosemary, thyme, and lavender hung from rough-hewn rafters, their earthy fragrance mingling with the rich scents of rising dough and honey warming in clay pots. The wooden floors, worn to silk by countless footsteps, gleamed with a patina that spoke of comfort and welcome. Behind the long wooden counter, where wheels of cheese aged beneath linen cloths and copper measuring cups caught the firelight, the baker moved with quiet purpose. Their form seemed to shift with the shadows, sometimes tall, sometimes slight, always present, but never quite in focus, as if they were made of the same warm, golden light that filled every corner of the sanctuary they had created. The first visitor arrived just as the storm reached its full voice. The heavy oak door, studded with iron and weathered to silver, opened with a soft groan that was nearly lost in the wind's song. A figure stepped inside, shaking droplets from a worn brown traveling cloak, and the scent of rain and distant roads followed him into the warmth. Jim Hawkins. He introduced himself to the baker with the quick, earnest nod of a boy who had known both taverns and captains' cabins. His hair, dampened to darker strands by the rain, clung to a face weathered more by salt air and sleepless nights than by years. I hope I might find shelter from this storm, and perhaps... His eyes, sharp with the brightness of youth, yet shadowed by the memory of distant seas and perilous voyages, swept across the laden shelves with unmistakable longing. The baker smiled, or perhaps it was simply the way the candlelight seemed to dance more warmly, and gestured toward a small round table near the hearth, its surface worn smooth and set with a simple wooden bowl and cup. Without words, they moved to the ovens, their hands sure and gentle as they withdrew a single loaf, its crust dark and gleaming, its shape perfectly round like a promise of home. Jim settled into the chair with a sigh that seemed to release months of weariness. The bread, still warm from the oven, was seed cake, but not the simple seed cake of ordinary bakeries. This loaf was studded with poppy seeds that sparkled like tiny stars, fennel seeds that carried whispers of distant meadows, and cardamom that told stories of spice roots and adventure. When the baker cut it, steam rose, carrying scents that spoke of both journey and homecoming, of roads that led away and paths that led back. "This is beyond wonderful," Jim murmured, his voice soft with gratitude as he spread golden butter across the warm slice. "It tastes of—" he paused, chewing thoughtfully, "of all the places I've been somehow, but safe, peaceful." He looked up at the baker with eyes bright with unshed tears of relief. "How did you know?" The baker's only answer was to place a clay mug beside him, filled with warm milk, sweetened with honey, and touched with just a whisper of vanilla. Jim cupped it between his hands, breathing in the gentle steam, and for the first time in what felt like years, his shoulders truly relaxed. The second arrival came while Jim was savoring his third slice of seed cake, the storm having settled into a steady, comforting rhythm against the windows. The door opened again, admitting a swirl of wind and rain along with a young woman whose simple dress of blue and white was soaked through, her golden hair plastered to her head, and her blue eyes wide with wonder as she took in the warm scene before her. "Oh my," breathed Alice, for that was indeed who she was, Alice from her adventures, down rabbit holes and through looking glasses, though she appeared now as she had been in the very beginning, curious and kind, and utterly charmed by the unexpected. What a perfectly wonderful place to escape the rain. She bobbed a small curtsy to the baker, water still dripping from her sodden dress. "I'm Alice, and I seem to have gotten rather turned around in the storm. I was following what I thought might be a white rabbit, but then the rain began, and I saw your light in the window, and—" She gestured helplessly, but her eyes danced with delight rather than distress. The baker was already moving, drawing Alice toward the great hearth where the fire crackled warmest. With gentle efficiency, they draped a soft woolen blanket around her shoulders and guided her to a chair that seemed to appear just where it was needed, cushioned with embroidered pillows that held the scent of lavender and rosemary. "Alice," Jim called softly, raising his mug in greeting. "A fellow wanderer, I'd wager. Please join me by the fire. There's nothing quite like warm bread and good company when the weather turns wild." Alice settled gratefully into her chair, the blanket wrapped snugly around her, and watched with fascination as the baker presented her with a plate that made her gasp with delight. Upon it sat 3 small tarts, each no bigger than her palm, but crafted with such artistry that they looked like tiny stained glass windows. The first was filled with spiced pears poached in wine and honey, its pastry shell golden and delicate. The second held a mixture of soft cheese and herbs, topped with crystallized violets that sparkled like precious gems. The third was a miniature custard tart, its surface caramelized to amber perfection and dusted with cinnamon that drew spirals in the candlelight. "Medieval honey tarts," Alice whispered, her voice full of wonder. "But they're so beautiful, almost too lovely to eat." She looked up at the baker with shining eyes. Though I suppose that's what makes them perfect for eating, isn't it? Beautiful things should be enjoyed, not just admired. She bit into the pear tart first, and her eyes fluttered closed with pleasure. The filling was warm and fragrant, the pears tender as silk and singing with notes of cloves and star anise. The pastry dissolved on her tongue like a sweet cloud, leaving behind tastes that reminded her of autumn afternoons and golden sunlight through stained glass windows. "This is exactly what I needed," she told Jim, who had been watching her enjoyment with the kind of gentle pleasure that comes from sharing warmth with a kindred spirit. "I'd been walking for so long in the rain, and everything felt strange and topsy-turvy, but this—" She gestured around the cozy bakery where shadows danced peacefully and the storm outside seemed nothing more than music. "This feels like the most sensible place in the world." The baker placed a cup of spiced wine beside her plate, warm and fragrant with cinnamon, nutmeg, and just a touch of orange peel that made the firelight seem to glow more golden. Alice wrapped her hands around the cup and breathed in the gentle steam, feeling the last of the cold and confusion leave her bones. They sat in comfortable companionship, the young sailor and the young woman, sharing stories in soft voices while the rain sang against the windows and the fire painted everything in shades of amber and gold. Jim told her of restless seas and hidden islands, speaking of adventure with the voice of one who had braved danger yet longed for the safety of home. Alice shared tales of curious creatures and impossible logic, her laughter like silver bells in the warm air as she described playing croquet with flamingos and attending tea parties that lasted forever. The third visitor arrived just as Alice was biting into her violet-topped tart, her face glowing with contentment and firelight. This time, the door admitted not just rain and wind, but the scent of wild places, pine forests and mountain streams, leather and wood smoke, and something indefinable that spoke of vast skies and endless horizons. The woman who stepped inside was tall and graceful, her long auburn hair braided back in a practical style that couldn't quite contain all its wild beauty. Her clothing marked her as nobility, a traveling dress of deep green wool, well made but designed for hard wear rather than court appearances. Her eyes, grey as storm clouds, swept the bakery with the alert gaze of one accustomed to reading new places quickly, but they softened immediately at the sight of the cozy scene before her. "Lady Marian," she introduced herself with a small, dignified nod, though there was warmth beneath her courtly manners. "Of Locksley, though I fear I'm rather far from home at the moment." She hesitated, then added with a rueful smile, "I was riding to meet a friend, when the storm caught me. My horse is safely sheltered in your stable. I hope I took the liberty of seeing him settled before coming in." "Of course," Jim said warmly, rising from his chair with the easy manners learned in taverns and aboard ships. "Please come and sit with us. There's nothing like a storm to remind a sailor how much we all need shelter and kindness." Alice looked up from her tart with bright curiosity. "Lady Marian? Oh, you're not the Lady Marian, are you? The one who—" She stopped herself, pink flooding her cheeks. Forgive me, I don't mean to pry, but are you the one who aids the poor and stands against injustice in Sherwood Forest?" Marian's smile was both sad and proud. "I am she, though tonight I am simply a traveller, grateful for a warm fire and dry shelter." She accepted the chair the baker had somehow provided, a tall-backed seat cushioned in midnight blue velvet that seemed to suit her perfectly. "My Robin Island. Well, let us say that the life we've chosen requires us to be apart more often than together, but the work is important, and we do what we must." The baker approached with a reverent air, carrying a plate that made even the noble lady catch her breath. Upon it was a single large pasty, its golden crust decorated with intricate braided patterns and brushed to a gleaming perfection. Steam escaped from delicate vents cut in decorative shapes, roses and leaves and tiny arrows that spoke of legends and love. Beside it sat a small crock of rich brown gravy, still bubbling gently, and a portion of roasted vegetables that glowed like jewels in the candlelight, carrots and parsnips and turnips, caramelized to sweet perfection. "A Sherwood pasty," Marian breathed, her voice thick with emotion. "I haven't had one since." She looked up at the baker with eyes that sparkled with unshed tears. "How did you know? This is exactly what we would share after a long day's work, when we could steal a few moments together by our own fire." The filling, when she cut into the pasty, proved to be a rich mixture of venison and vegetables, seasoned with herbs that had been gathered from forest floors and meadow edges. The meat was tender as butter, the vegetables sweet and earthy, and the gravy carried flavors that spoke of autumn hunts and shared victories against impossible odds. But more than the individual tastes, the pasty carried something else, the essence of home, of love that endures separation, of choosing duty over comfort, and finding joy in the choice. The baker placed a goblet of wine beside her plate, not the spiced wine they had given Alice, but something deeper and richer, with notes of blackberry and oak that tasted of ancient forests and moonlit clearings. Marian raised it in a small toast to her companions, her grey eyes warm with gratitude. "To unexpected sanctuary," she said softly, "and to the kindness of strangers who become friends by firelight." "To sanctuary indeed," Jim agreed, raising his mug of honeyed milk. "And to the most wonderful surprises," Alice added, lifting her spiced wine with hands that no longer trembled from cold. They drank, and the storm outside seemed to gentle slightly, as if it too were settling in for a long, peaceful evening. The three very different souls, the boy who had carried great burdens, the curious girl who found wonder in chaos, and the noble lady who fought for justice, found themselves drawn into the kind of conversation that only comes when people feel truly safe. The fourth arrival came as they were deep in discussion about the nature of home, whether it was a place or a feeling, or something else entirely. The door opened with its familiar groan, and a young man stepped inside, shaking snow as well as rain from his travelling cloak. His hair was dark and wild from the storm, his brown eyes bright with intelligence, and just a touch of mischief that spoke of a life lived fully and without regret. "D'Artagnan," he announced with a bow that managed to be both elegant and slightly irreverent, "of Gascony, and currently very wet indeed." He straightened with a grin that transformed his whole face from merely handsome to absolutely charming. "I was riding hard through the night, urgent business in London, when this storm decided to make travel impossible. Your light in the window was like a beacon of hope in the darkness." His clothing marked him as a gentleman, well-tailored but practical, with the subtle signs of someone who was comfortable with both court life and hard travel. A sword hung at his hip, worn with the easy grace of long familiarity, and his boots were those of a man who spent more time in the saddle than in drawing rooms. "Please join us," Marion said with the natural authority of one born to hospitality. "We are all refugees from the storm tonight, and there is comfort in numbers." "And warmth in sharing," Alice added, her cheeks pink from wine and firelight and the pleasure of good company. D'Artagnan accepted the invitation with obvious delight, settling into the chair the baker provided, leather upholstered and sturdy, suitable for a man of action who nonetheless appreciated comfort when it was offered. He looked around the bakery with the appreciative eye of someone who had seen many inns and taverns, but recognized true quality when he encountered it. "This is magnificent," he said with genuine admiration. "I have traveled from Gascony to Paris to London, and many places between, but I have never seen an establishment quite like this. The atmosphere itself seems designed to ease the weariest heart." The baker approached with a plate that made D'Artagnan's eyes light up with recognition and delight. Upon it was a substantial portion of what could only be described as a knight's feast in miniature, a thick slice of meat pie, its crust golden and decorated with tiny pastry swords, accompanied by a generous helping of roasted root vegetables and a small loaf of dark bread, still warm from the oven. Beside it sat a pewter tankard filled with ale that foamed golden in the candlelight, its scent rich with hops and malt. "A musketeer's meal," D'Artagnan said with a laugh that held both surprise and deep pleasure, "though finer than any I've had in the barracks or on campaign." He cut into the meat pie and inhaled the steam that rose from it, rich beef and game birds, cooked with wine and herbs until they fell apart at the touch of a fork. The vegetables were caramelized to perfection, and the bread carried the deep, complex flavors of grains and seeds that spoke of harvests and honest work. "This is the food of my homeland," he told them between bites, his voice warm with memory, "but elevated to something approaching art. I feel as though I am tasting the very best of every meal I have ever shared with friends around a campfire or in a country inn." He raised his tankard to the company. "To the friendship that makes any meal a feast, and to the providence that brought us all to this remarkable place on this wild night." They drank, and the conversation flowed as easily as the ale and wine. D'Artagnan regaled them with tales of his adventures, always careful to speak of honor and loyalty rather than violence, of friendship and duty rather than politics. His stories were full of life and laughter, of companions who were closer than brothers, and adventures that tested the bonds between them. "The greatest treasures," he said, settling back in his chair with the relaxed air of a man well fed and among friends, "are not gold or glory, but the trust of those who will stand beside you when the world goes mad. I have been blessed with such friends, as I believe all of you have been as well." Jim nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, the greatest adventures mean nothing without those who share them, or wait for us at their end. And the most impossible places become possible when you're not facing them alone," Alice added, thinking of all the strange companions who had helped her navigate wonderlands and looking-glass worlds. "Even the hardest choices become bearable when made for love," Marion agreed softly, her fingers turning the base of her wine goblet as she stared into the fire. The fifth and final visitor arrived as the storm was reaching its crescendo, the wind howling like something wild and free around the eaves of the bakery. The door opened with more difficulty this time, the newcomer having to press against the wind to gain entry, and when he finally stepped inside, he brought with him the sense of sea spray and adventure, of distant shores and ships that danced on waves higher than houses. He was younger than D'Artagnan, with the kind of bright, eager face that spoke of someone who had seen wonders beyond imagining, but retained the capacity to be amazed by simple kindness. His clothes were those of a ship's officer, well made but practical, with the slight salt staining that marked him as a true sailor rather than someone who merely played at seafaring. "Gulliver," he said, offering a bow that was both polite and slightly uncertain. "Lemuel Gulliver, ship's surgeon, lately of, well, many places that would sound quite impossible if I tried to explain them." He looked around the bakery with eyes that held the particular appreciation of someone who had learned not to take civilization for granted. "I was trying to reach London when the storm struck, and I feared I might have to spend the night in some farmer's barn. But this—" He gestured wonderingly at the warm, golden scene before him. "This is far better than anything I dared hope for." The others welcomed him with the easy warmth of people who had already established themselves as temporary family. There was something about the bakery that encouraged such connections. Perhaps it was the golden light, or the way the storm outside made their shared shelter feel precious, or simply the magic that seemed to emanate from the baker's quiet presence. "Another traveller with tales to tell, I'd wager," D'Artagnan said with a grin, making room at their improvised circle near the fire. "Come, sit with us. The night is wild, but we are warm and well fed and in excellent company." Gulliver accepted gratefully, settling into the chair that appeared for him wooden and solid, with the kind of practical comfort that would appeal to a man who had learned to appreciate simple pleasures. He looked around at his companions with the slightly dazed expression of someone who couldn't quite believe his good fortune. The baker approached with what was clearly a special creation, a large, shallow bowl filled with what could only be described as a sailor's dream. It was a thick, rich stew, its broth dark and flavorful with herbs and wine, filled with chunks of tender meat and vegetables cut to perfect proportion. Floating on top were small dumplings, light as clouds, but substantial enough to satisfy a man who had known hunger. Beside the bowl sat a thick slice of ship's bread, but not the hard, tasteless stuff of long voyages. This was bread as it should be, crusty and golden, with a crumb so perfect it seemed to glow in the candlelight. "This smells like every good meal I ever dreamed of," during long nights at sea," Gulliver said, his voice thick with emotion. "When provisions ran low and the water turned stale, I would close my eyes and imagine something exactly like this: a stew that tasted of home and plenty, bread that remembered what wheat was supposed to be." He looked up at the baker with eyes bright with gratitude. "How do you do it? How do you know exactly what each soul needs?" The baker's only answer was to place a mug beside his bowl, not ale or wine or milk, but what appeared to be strong, dark tea, steaming hot and fragrant with spices from distant lands. When Gulliver tasted it, his eyes widened with recognition and wonder. "Ceylon tea," he breathed, "with cardamom and cloves, just as I learned to prepare it during my travels in the Indies, but better, as if someone had taken the very best of everything I encountered and distilled it into this single cup." He ate with the appreciation of someone who had learned not to take good food for granted, savoring each spoonful of the stew as if it were a gift. And indeed, in the warm circle of the bakery, surrounded by companions who understood the value of unexpected kindness, it was exactly that. As the 5 travelers settled into comfortable fullness, the storm outside began to change. The wild howling of the wind gentled to a steady whisper, and the drumming of rain on the windows shifted from urgent percussion to gentle lullaby. The fire in the great hearth settled too, its flames dancing lower but no less warm, casting everything in softer, dreamier hues. "I cannot remember the last time I felt so peaceful," Marion said softly, her wine goblet cradled between her palms as she gazed into the fire. "There is always so much to do, so many who need help, so many wrongs to right, but here," she gestured around the golden bakery, "here for this one evening it feels as though the world is exactly as it should be." "The best of all possible worlds," Alice agreed dreamily, her spiced wine having left her cheeks pink and her eyes soft with contentment, "where every door opens onto wonder, and every stranger becomes a friend, and every meal is a celebration." Jim nodded, his hands wrapped around his mug of honeyed milk, his green eyes bright with the particular contentment that comes to those who have learned the difference between adventure and peace. "There is magic in such evenings," he said quietly, "not the kind that changes the world with fire and thunder, but the kind that changes hearts with warmth and welcome, the magic of finding sanctuary when you need it most, and the magic of finding it in the company of fellow souls," D'Artagnan added, raising his tankard in a small salute to his companions. "I have shared meals with kings and peasants, with soldiers and scholars, but I cannot recall an evening when the conversation flowed more easily or the food tasted more perfectly suited to the moment." Gulliver set down his empty bowl with a satisfied sigh. "In my travels I have seen wonders that would strain belief, lands where giants walk and tiny people build great cities, places where horses rule and humans serve. But the greatest wonder, I think, is this, that no matter how strange the world becomes, there remain places like this, where kindness is the only currency, and comfort is freely given to all who need it." As if summoned by their words, the baker appeared at their table, carrying a final offering, a large wooden tray laden with small, perfect treats that seemed to glow with their own inner light. There were tiny crystallized fruits that sparkled like jewels, each one capturing the essence of summer sunshine. Small cakes no bigger than a child's palm, each decorated with delicate sugar work that told wordless stories of hope and home. Delicate pastries filled with creams flavored with rosewater and honey, with vanilla and cinnamon, with cardamom and orange blossom. Sweet dreams, the baker said, the first words any of them had heard from their mysterious host, spoken in a voice like warm honey, like distant bells, like the memory of every lullaby ever sung by a loving voice in the darkness. They each chose a treat, savoring not just the exquisite flavors but the knowledge that this was a gift freely given, a blessing bestowed without expectation of return. Alice selected a tiny cake decorated with a sugar butterfly, its wings so delicate they seemed ready to flutter away. Jim chose crystallized strawberries that tasted of every summer morning he had ever known. Marion picked a pastry filled with rose cream, its flavor as noble and pure as her own heart. D'Artagnan claimed a small tart bursting with berries and cream, bold and satisfying like adventure itself. Gulliver selected a delicate confection filled with spices from distant lands, each bite a reminder of wonders seen and marvels yet to discover. As they ate their final treats, the storm outside continued its gentle transformation. The rain became a soft whisper, then barely more than mist kissing the windows. The wind died to a sighing breeze that seemed to carry promises of clear skies and golden dawns. The fire in the hearth settled to glowing coals that painted the bakery in shades of amber and rose gold. One by one, they found themselves growing drowsy in the perfect warmth, their bellies full, and their hearts lighter than they had been in months. Alice curled up in her chair like a satisfied cat, the woolen blanket pulled up to her chin, her breathing deep and even. Marion leaned back in her tall chair, her wine goblet empty on the table beside her, her grey eyes soft with approaching dreams. D'Artagnan stretched out his long legs toward the fire, his hands folded over his satisfied stomach, his usual energy transformed into perfect contentment. Gulliver found his eyelids growing heavy as he gazed into the dying fire, his mind full of warmth instead of the wild wonders that usually kept him wakeful. Only Jim remained fully alert, though even he felt the peaceful drowsiness settling over him like a comfortable cloak. He looked around at his sleeping companions, at the baker who moved quietly among the shadows, tidying and banking fires and spreading additional blankets over those who needed them. "This has been a perfect evening," he said softly, his voice barely louder than the whisper of settling coals. "I cannot express my gratitude for your hospitality, for the food that nourished not just our bodies but our spirits, for the warmth that reached deeper than mere flesh and bone." The baker paused in their quiet work and smiled a smile that seemed to encompass all the warmth and welcome of the evening, all the magic of found sanctuary and unexpected friendship. "Sleep well, little traveler," they said in that voice like honey and bells. "Dream of home and peace and the friends who wait at journey's end. When morning comes, the storm will have passed, and the roads will be clear, and each of you will find your way to where you belong. But for now, rest, you have earned it. Jim felt his eyes growing heavy at last, the stress and weariness of long roads finally releasing their hold on him. Around him his companions slept deeply and peacefully, their faces relaxed and young in the golden firelight. Outside, the last whispers of rain faded into silence, leaving only the gentle sigh of wind in the eaves and the soft settling of a world preparing for dawn. The medieval bakery wrapped around them all like a benediction, its stone walls holding them safe, its warm air carrying the lingering scents of bread and honey and all the good things that make life worth living. In the dying firelight, everything seemed touched with magic, not the wild, dangerous magic of adventure, but the deeper magic of kindness freely given, of sanctuary offered to all who needed it, of the knowledge that somewhere in the world there would always be a warm hearth and welcoming heart for weary travelers. As sleep finally claimed the last of the evening's refugees, the baker moved one final time through their domain, extinguishing candles but leaving just enough light to keep the darkness friendly, banking the fire to coals that would burn steady through the night, ensuring that morning would find their guests rested and restored and ready to continue their journeys with renewed hope. The storm passed into memory, leaving behind only the softest whisper of wind and the promise of clear skies. The medieval bakery settled into peaceful silence, its work done for another night, its simple magic having touched 5 hearts and sent them into dreams filled with warmth, wonder, and the absolute certainty that somewhere in the world sanctuary would always be waiting for those who needed it most. In the morning, they would wake to sunshine streaming through diamond-paned windows, to the scent of fresh bread already baking, to cups of perfect coffee or tea or chocolate waiting to ease them into a new day. They would share a final meal together, exchange addresses and promises to write, and venture back into the world with hearts lightened and spirits restored. But that is a story for another time. For now, in the gentle hours between midnight and dawn, 5 travelers slept the sleep of the truly peaceful, while outside their sanctuary the world prepared to welcome a perfect morning, and the medieval bakery kept its eternal vigil, waiting for the next storm and the next weary soul who would need its particular magic of warmth, welcome, and the simple, extraordinary gift of feeling truly safe. The rainy day Victorian bakery. The rain had been falling since dusk, first in gentle drops that kissed the cobblestones, then building to a steady drumming that echoed through the narrow streets of the old district. By the time the church bells chimed 8 o'clock, the storm had grown fierce, sending sheets of water cascading down the gaslit windows and filling the gutters with rushing streams that carried autumn leaves like tiny boats toward the storm drains. But on Crumpet Lane, nestled between a clockmaker's shop and a small bookbinder's establishment, warm golden light spilled from the frost-etched windows of the rainy day Victorian bakery. The wooden sign above the door, painted in deep forest green with gold lettering, swayed gently in the wind, its brass chains singing a soft, rhythmic melody that seemed to call to anyone who might be wandering the storm-swept streets. Inside, the bakery glowed like a jewel box. copper pans gleamed on their hooks, and the great brick oven radiated a warmth that reached every corner of the cozy space. The scent of rising dough mingled with cinnamon, vanilla, and something else, something indefinable that spoke of comfort and safety and home. Glass-fronted cases displayed an array of Victorian delights, delicate petit fours decorated with candied violets, towering trifles layered with custard and jam, golden seed cake studded with caraway, and platters of buttery shortbread cut into perfect rectangles. A small fire crackled in the corner fireplace, its flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, lined with copper molds and vintage recipe cards. Overstuffed armchairs upholstered in deep burgundy velvet sat arranged around small round tables, each set with bone china, teacups and matching saucers. The wooden floors, worn smooth by countless footsteps, gleamed with a warm patina that reflected the amber light from the hanging brass lamps. The storm rattled the windows more insistently now, as if demanding entry, but the bakery remained a haven of warmth and peace. Steam rose from a large copper kettle on the back counter, and somewhere in the kitchen beyond, barely visible in the gentle shadows, a figure moved quietly among the ovens and mixing bowls. The baker whose hands created all this magic, whose presence was felt more than seen, whose gift was knowing exactly what each visitor needed. The first knock came just as the wind picked up, rattling the sign chain more urgently. The door opened with a soft chime, and in stepped a young woman whose golden hair hung in damp ringlets around her shoulders. Her blue dress, though fine, was thoroughly soaked, and her brown boots squelched softly against the wooden floor as she closed the door carefully behind her. "Oh my," she breathed, pressing her back against the door as she took in the warm, inviting scene before her. The scent of baking bread made her stomach rumble softly, reminding her that she'd been wandering for hours, too curious about the winding streets to remember dinner. Alice, for that was her name, though she was far from the 7-year-old who had first tumbled down a rabbit hole, looked around the bakery with the same wide-eyed wonder she'd carried from childhood into her young womanhood. At 19, she still possessed that quality of seeing magic in ordinary places, though now she approached it with a gentler wisdom earned through many adventures. "Welcome, dear," came a soft voice from the kitchen, barely above a whisper but somehow clearly audible over the storm. "Come in from the cold. There's a warm seat by the fire, and I've just pulled a batch of Madeira cakes from the oven." Alice moved toward the fireplace, her boots leaving small puddles that seemed to evaporate almost immediately on the warm wooden floors. She settled into one of the burgundy armchairs, which embraced her like a gentle hug, and extended her hands toward the fire. The flame seemed to dance just for her, and she felt the tension in her shoulders begin to melt away. A delicate china plate appeared on the table beside her, arranged with 2 perfect squares of golden Madeira cake, their surfaces gleaming with a light brush of sugar syrup. Beside it sat a steaming cup of tea that smelled of bergamot and something floral, perhaps jasmine. Alice lifted the cup with both hands, breathing in the fragrant steam, and felt warmth spread through her chest. "Thank you," she whispered to the kitchen, though she wasn't entirely sure anyone would hear her over the storm. But somehow she felt her gratitude was acknowledged, felt it in the way the fire seemed to burn a little brighter, the way the rain against the windows sounded less harsh and more like a lullaby. She had just taken her first sip of the perfectly brewed tea when the door chimed again, admitting a figure whose dramatic entrance seemed choreographed by the storm itself. The woman who stepped inside was tall and elegant, with dark hair piled high beneath a black bonnet that dripped steadily onto her traveling cloak. Her dress, though clearly expensive, bore the wrinkles and dust of a long journey, and her eyes held a weariness that spoke of miles travelled and burdens carried. This was Hester Prynne, no longer the young woman who had stood on the scaffold in Salem, but a woman in her middle years who had learned to carry herself with quiet dignity. The scarlet letter that had once adorned her breast was long gone, but she still moved with the careful grace of someone accustomed to scrutiny, to judgment, to the weight of others' opinions. "Forgive the intrusion," she said softly, her voice carrying just a trace of the Massachusetts coast. "I saw the light and, well, one doesn't often find such welcoming places on nights like this." Alice looked up from her tea, her face brightening with genuine pleasure. "Oh, please, you're not intruding at all. This place seems made for sharing, doesn't it? I'm Alice." "Hester," came the reply, accompanied by a small, grateful smile as the older woman removed her damp cloak and hung it on a peg near the door. "And you're quite right about the sharing. There's something about a warm bakery on a stormy night that makes strangers feel like neighbors." As if summoned by their conversation, a second cup of tea appeared on Hester's chosen table, along with a plate bearing two delicate Bath buns, their tops glossy with sugar and studded with candied peel. The scent of their sweetness seemed to ease something in Hester's expression, softening the lines that years of solitude had etched around her eyes. "I've been traveling," she said, settling into her chair with a sigh that spoke of profound relief, "heading north to visit, well, to visit old friends, one might say. Friends I haven't seen in many years. I worried I might have to spend the night in some coaching inn, listening to rough voices and rougher stories." She lifted her teacup, inhaling the steam. "This is infinitely better." Alice nodded, understanding without need for explanation. She had learned, through her own wanderings in strange lands, that sometimes the most important journeys were the ones that took you back to people and places you'd left behind. "There's something magical about this place," she said, gesturing to the warm, glowing interior, as if it knows exactly what we need. They settled into comfortable conversation, their voices mixing with the gentle sounds of the storm and the occasional pop from the fireplace. Alice spoke of her recent travels through the countryside, her work teaching young children to read, her joy in discovering new books and new ideas. Hester shared carefully chosen stories of her own journey, of the small community where she'd built a new life, of the satisfaction she'd found in her needlework and in the quiet respect she'd slowly earned. The door chimed a third time just as they were laughing softly over Alice's description of a particularly stubborn child who insisted that all cats could grin like the Cheshire Cat if they simply tried hard enough. The wind seemed to push their newest companion inside with particular force, and they turned to see a young man struggling to close the door against the gale. He was perhaps 25, with the lean build of someone accustomed to walking great distances. His dark hair was plastered to his head by the rain, and his simple brown coat hung heavy with water. But it was his face that caught their attention, handsome, yes, but marked by an expression of such profound melancholy that both women felt their hearts tug with sympathy. This was young Werther, the passionate soul whose romantic nature had led him through valleys of both ecstasy and despair. Tonight, he looked as though he had walked through every storm between here and his distant homeland, carrying the weight of love unrequited and dreams unfulfilled. "Forgive me," he said in accented English, his voice carrying the musical cadence of Germanic lands. "I did not mean to disturb. I saw the light, and I am, I confess, quite thoroughly lost." "Not lost any more," Alice said warmly, rising from her chair. "Please, come sit by the fire. You look as though you could use some warming." Esther nodded in agreement, her maternal instincts stirred by the young man's obvious distress. "There's plenty of room, and the company is most pleasant." Werther moved toward them gratefully, leaving a small trail of rainwater that, like Alice's before, seemed to dry almost immediately. He chose a chair positioned slightly between theirs, and within moments a steaming mug appeared at his elbow, not tea this time, but what smelled like mulled wine, rich with cinnamon and cloves. Beside it sat a plate of Lebkuchen, the German spice cookies cut into heart shapes and decorated with white icing, as if the mysterious baker had somehow known exactly what would comfort this particular soul. "How kind," Werther murmured, lifting the mug with both hands and breathing in the warming vapors. "I have been walking for hours, thinking, always thinking." He took a sip of the mulled wine and closed his eyes as the warmth spread through him. Sometimes one's thoughts can be the worst companions on a stormy night. Alice and Hester exchanged a knowing look. Both had spent their share of nights wrestling with difficult thoughts, with memories and regrets, and the complex emotions that came with growing up and growing older. "Perhaps," Hester said gently, "that's why places like this exist, to give our thoughts a rest, to remind us that we are not always alone with our troubles." Werther opened his eyes and looked around the cozy bakery with something approaching wonder. "Yes," he said softly. "Yes, I think you may be right. I have traveled through many towns, stayed in many inns, but I have never felt such peace as I feel here." They talked then about travel, about the books they had read, about the difference between loneliness and solitude. Werther spoke of his homeland with the passionate eloquence that was his nature, but there was something calmer about him now, as if the warmth and companionship were soothing the restless spirit that usually drove him from place to place. The storm continued to rage outside, but within the bakery, time seemed to slow and soften. The fire crackled steadily, the tea grew more fragrant with each sip, and the conversation flowed as naturally as if the three had been friends for years, rather than strangers who had met an hour before. It was nearly 10 o'clock when the door opened again, this time to admit someone who stepped inside with the confident bearing of a woman accustomed to command. She was perhaps 35, with intelligent dark eyes and prematurely grey hair swept back in a practical style. Her travelling dress was well made but plain, and she carried herself with the kind of quiet authority that spoke of experience in managing both households and people. Margaret Hale had come down from the north, where the mills and the workers and the endless struggle between progress and human dignity had taught her much about the complexities of the modern world. She looked around the bakery with the approving eye of someone who understood the value of well-managed comfort. "What a lovely establishment," she said, removing her gloves and smoothing her damp skirts. "I do hope I might impose upon your hospitality. The storm caught me between coaching stations, and I confess I was beginning to worry about finding suitable shelter." "Please, join us," Alice said immediately, gesturing toward an empty chair. "We're finding that this place has a wonderful way of bringing together just the right people on stormy nights." Margaret settled herself with the efficient grace of someone accustomed to making the best of any situation. Almost immediately, a cup of strong milky tea appeared at her elbow, accompanied by a plate of industrial-strength gingerbread, thick, chewy, and rich with molasses and spices. The choice seemed to amuse her. "How perceptive," she murmured to the kitchen. "This is exactly what I would have chosen." She took a bite of the gingerbread and smiled. "It reminds me of what the mill workers' wives make sturdy, nourishing, and designed to keep one going through long, difficult days." The conversation shifted then to encompass Margaret's experiences in the industrial north, her insights into the changing world beyond their cozy refuge. She spoke with compassion about the workers she had known, about the challenges of bridging different worlds and different ways of thinking. Her practical wisdom complemented Alice's curiosity, Hester's hard-won understanding of human nature, and Werther's artistic sensitivity. They were deep in discussion about the role of education in improving working conditions when the door opened once more. This time, their visitor was a gentleman in his 30s, impeccably dressed despite the storm. His dark hair was slightly disheveled, and his usually perfect cravat showed signs of hasty adjustment, but he carried himself with the practiced poise of someone born to society's upper circles. Captain Frederick Wentworth had been riding through the storm, pushing his horse and himself harder than was perhaps wise, driven by thoughts of past choices and future possibilities. The warm light of the bakery had drawn him like a beacon, promising the kind of civilized comfort he had learned to appreciate during his years at sea. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying the crisp authority of a naval officer. "I wonder if I might prevail upon your kindness for shelter until this storm passes. I'm afraid I've been caught quite unprepared." "Of course," Margaret said, rising slightly in her chair. "Please, Captain." She paused, recognizing the bearing and the uniform glimpsed beneath his greatcoat. "There's plenty of room, and we've been having the most enlightening conversation." Wentworth removed his coat and took the offered seat, his movements economical and precise. A cup of coffee appeared at his elbow, proper navy coffee, strong and black, along with a small plate of ship's biscuit that had somehow been transformed into something altogether more appetizing, spread with butter and a touch of honey. "Remarkable," he said, tasting the improved biscuit with evident approval. "I haven't had anything this good since my last shore leave in Portsmouth." He looked around at his companions, his trained eye taking in their varied backgrounds and the easy companionship they had already established. "I'm Wentworth, by the way, Frederick Wentworth." Introductions were made all around, and the captain settled into the rhythm of their conversation with the adaptability that had served him well in drawing rooms and on quarter-decks alike. He spoke of his recent voyage, of the satisfaction he'd found in command, but also of the loneliness that came with responsibility and the weight of decisions made at sea. "There's something to be said," he observed, "for the company of fellow travellers on a night like this. At sea, one learns to value the moments of peace between storms, both literal and metaphorical." The fire had burned lower now, but somehow the warmth in the room seemed to increase rather than diminish. The 5 companions had arranged themselves in a comfortable circle, their conversation flowing from topic to topic with the easy intimacy of old friends. Outside, the storm began to show signs of weakening, the drumming rain gentling to a steadier patter, the winds howling subsiding to a more musical whistle. It was nearly midnight when their final visitor arrived, and her entrance was so quiet that they might have missed it entirely, if not for the soft chime of the door. The woman who stepped inside was small and delicate, with light brown hair escaping from a simple bonnet and a dress that, while clean, had seen better days. She moved with the careful economy of someone accustomed to making do with little, but her eyes held a brightness that spoke of inner resources no amount of poverty could diminish. Fanny Price, now in her mid-20s, had learned to navigate the complex waters of social distinction with grace and quiet dignity. She looked around the bakery with the wondering appreciation of someone who had not often encountered such unqualified welcome. "I'm so sorry to intrude," she said softly, her voice carrying the gentle cadences of Portsmouth. "I was caught in the storm while visiting, while on an errand of charity, and I saw your light. I don't require much, perhaps just a moment to dry my things, if you would be so kind." "Nonsense," said Alice immediately, rising to take Fanny's damp cloak. "You must sit and have something warm. We've been having the most wonderful evening, and I'm sure you have stories to add to ours." Fanny allowed herself to be settled in the remaining chair, which seemed to embrace her with particular gentleness. Her refreshment, when it appeared, was perhaps the most thoughtful of all, a delicate porcelain cup filled with warm milk and honey, accompanied by a small plate of madeleines so light and perfect they seemed to dissolve on the tongue like sweet clouds. "Oh," she breathed, tasting the warm milk, "this is exactly what my aunt used to make for me when I was small and frightened by thunderstorms. How could anyone know?" The others smiled, each recognizing the feeling. Somehow, this mysterious bakery and its unseen proprietor seemed to understand exactly what each soul needed, not just in terms of food and drink, but in terms of comfort and connection, and the particular kind of peace that came from being truly welcomed. As Fanny settled into their circle, the conversation took on a different quality. Her gentle questions drew out stories the others might not have shared with mere acquaintances. Alice spoke more openly of the loneliness she sometimes felt, being different from her neighbours, seeing the world through eyes that had witnessed impossible things. Hester shared something of the pain of rebuilding a life after public shame and the slow, difficult process of learning to trust again. Werther found himself speaking not of his despairs and romantic agonies, but of the small beauties he had observed in his travels, the way morning light fell on a field of wheat, the sound of children's laughter echoing in village squares, the kindness of strangers who had offered him bread and shelter. Margaret talked about the mill workers' children she had taught to read, and the hope she saw in their bright, eager faces despite their difficult circumstances. Captain Wentworth, perhaps surprising himself, spoke of the letters he had written but never sent, of the woman he had loved and lost through pride and circumstance, and of his growing understanding that true courage sometimes meant admitting when one had been wrong. The storm outside had gentled to barely more than a whisper now, the rain tapping softly against the windows like fingers drumming a lullaby. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, but the bakery remained perfectly warm, filled with the scent of cinnamon and contentment and the indefinable fragrance of stories shared and understood. It was Fanny who first noticed the change in the atmosphere, the way the very air seemed to shimmer with something more than warmth, something that spoke of magic and kindness and the rare alchemy that occurred when strangers became friends. "I feel as though I've been waiting all my life to find this place," she said softly, her voice barely audible over the gentle sounds of the dying storm. Not just the bakery itself, but this feeling of being exactly where I belong. The others murmured their agreement, each recognizing the truth of her words. They had all been wanderers in their own ways. Alice through wonderlands, both literal and metaphorical. Hester through the wilderness of social exile and redemption. Werther through the landscape of romantic passion and despair. Margaret through the complex terrain of social change and personal growth. Wentworth through the vast oceans of duty and desire, and Fanny through the treacherous waters of family obligation and personal integrity. Tonight they had found harbour. As if summoned by their contentment, the mysterious baker finally appeared from the kitchen, a figure neither young nor old, neither clearly male nor female, but somehow perfectly right for this magical place. They moved among the tables, refilling cups and refreshing plates with the practiced grace of someone who had been providing comfort to weary travellers for longer than any of them could imagine. "You have given us such a gift tonight," the baker said, their voice warm and melodious and somehow familiar to each listener, as if it reminded them of someone beloved from their past. Stories shared, burdens lightened, connections made. This is what makes all the mixing and kneading and rising worthwhile. They paused beside a glass case that none of them had noticed before, filled with the most exquisite confection any of them had ever seen, a elaborate Victoria sponge cake layered with fresh cream and strawberries, its surface dusted with powdered sugar that sparkled like snow in the lamplight. "This is for sharing," the baker continued, beginning to cut generous slices onto delicate china plates, "for celebrating the simple magic of strangers who discover they are not so strange to one another after all." The cake, when they tasted it, was everything the perfect cake should be, light as air but rich with flavor, sweet but not cloying, the berries bright and the cream clouds soft. But more than that, it seemed to embody the very essence of the evening they had shared, the warmth and wonder and gentle joy of finding oneself unexpectedly at home. They ate in companionable silence, savoring not just the cake but the moment itself, the knowledge that they would carry this evening with them, always a bright memory to warm them through future storms and lonely nights. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely now. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and fresh, where morning would bring clear skies and the bright promise of new beginnings. But inside the bakery, time seemed suspended, held in the gentle amber glow of lamplight and friendship. As they finished their cake, each of the 6 travelers felt a deep drowsiness settling over them, not the heavy sleep of exhaustion, but the peaceful, contented drowsiness of a soul at rest. The baker, moving quietly among them, provided soft blankets and small cushions, transforming the armchairs into the most comfortable beds any of them had ever known. Alice curled up in her chair like a cat, the blanket pulled up to her chin, her face peaceful in the firelight. Beside her, Esther settled with the quiet dignity that had become her trademark, but her expression held a softness that spoke of burdens finally set down. Werther for once looked truly at peace, his restless spirit calmed by the warmth and acceptance he had found. Margaret arranged herself with characteristic efficiency, but there was something relaxed about her posture that suggested she had finally found a place where her competence was appreciated rather than questioned. Captain Wentworth, used to sleeping in cramped ship's quarters, looked positively luxurious in his velvet armchair, his normally alert expression softened into something approaching serenity. And Fanny, smallest and most fragile seeming of them all, glowed with a quiet happiness that transformed her plain features into something almost beautiful, as if the kindness she had received had lit her from within. The baker moved among them one final time, adjusting blankets and dimming lamps, humming a wordless melody that seemed to carry all the comfort of lullabies half remembered from childhood. The fire settled into its embers with a gentle sigh, and the last sounds of the storm faded into the peaceful quiet of a world at rest. In the morning they would wake refreshed and renewed, ready to continue their separate journeys with hearts full of the memory of this magical evening. They would exchange addresses and promises to write, and some of these promises would be kept, adding another layer of warmth to lives that had been touched by unexpected grace. Alice would return to her teaching with new stories to tell her students about the magic that could be found in the most ordinary places. Hester would complete her journey north and find the reconciliation she had been seeking for so many years. Werther would discover that his passionate nature could be a gift as well as a burden, channeling it into poetry that would touch other lonely hearts. Margaret would carry with her the memory of perfect gingerbread and conversation that bridged all social boundaries, using both to improve the lives of those she served. Captain Wentworth would find the courage to write the letter that would change his life forever, drawing on the warmth and acceptance he had discovered in a storm-bound bakery. And Fanny would remember always that there were places in the world where kindness was offered freely, where stories were welcomed, where the smallest and quietest voice could find an eager audience and a warm place by the fire. But for now, in the gentle darkness of the bakery, where time moved like honey and magic was as common as flour and sugar, 6 weary travelers slept the deep, peaceful sleep of those who have found exactly what they needed in the last place they expected to find it. The rainy day Victorian bakery kept its quiet vigil through the remaining hours of the night, its windows glowing softly in the darkness, its door always ready to open for the next soul who might need shelter from the storm. Outside, the world slept peacefully under clearing skies, and morning waited patiently to bring new light to streets washed clean by the night's rain. But inside the bakery, in the space between one story's end and another's beginning, the magic lingered on, warm as fresh bread, sweet as honey cake, and as enduring as the human need for comfort, connection, and the simple joy of finding that one is never truly alone. And if you listened very carefully, you might still hear the gentle sound of 6 friends breathing in perfect harmony, their dreams filled with the scent of cinnamon and the memory of stories shared, while somewhere in the kitchen, barely visible in the dying firelight, the baker smiled and began preparing for another day of magic, one perfect confection at a time. The Rainy Day Wizarding Bakery from the Rainy Day Bakery Sleep Stories series. The storm arrived just as twilight painted the cobblestone streets in shades of deep violet and gold. Rain began as a whisper against the diamond-paned windows of the Rainy Day Wizarding Bakery, then grew into a steady, rhythmic drumming that seemed to call to every weary soul within miles. Inside the bakery, warm amber light flickered from dozens of floating candles that bobbed gently near the low-beamed ceiling, casting dancing shadows across shelves lined with peculiar bottles, ancient cookbooks, and mysterious jars filled with ingredients that shimmered with their own inner light. The bakery itself breathed with magic. Copper pots stirred themselves on the great stone hearth, sending spirals of cinnamon-scented steam into the air. The massive brick oven glowed with perpetual warmth, its mouth opening and closing on its own as perfectly golden loaves emerged without any visible baker's hand. Yet somehow, everyone who entered felt certain that someone infinitely kind and wise was watching over this place, ensuring that each visitor found exactly what their heart most needed. Tonight, as the storm gathered strength outside, that invisible presence seemed particularly attentive. The fire in the great hearth crackled higher, casting a cozy glow across the worn wooden tables scattered throughout the room. Each table bore a different character. Some were round and low, perfect for intimate conversations, while others stretched long enough for grand feasts. Mismatched chairs of every style, from elegant Queen Anne to rustic farmhouse, surrounded them, as if the bakery had collected furniture from 100 different homes and times. The scent in the air was indescribable, fresh bread, certainly, but also honey and lavender, cardamom and vanilla, and something else entirely, something that smelled like comfort itself, like every childhood memory of safety and warmth wrapped into one perfect fragrance. As the first heavy drops of rain turned into a proper downpour, the bakery's front door painted the deep green of forest shadows and hung with a bell that chimed in. Mysterious harmonies began to welcome its evening visitors. The first to arrive was Elizabeth Bennet, her dark cloak dripping from the sudden shower that had caught her during her evening walk. She paused in the doorway, blinking in surprise at the magical scene before her, then smiled with the same quick wit that had charmed readers for centuries. "Well," she said, shaking droplets from her bonnet, "I certainly did not expect to find such an establishment on Meryton's outskirts, though I must say the timing could not be more perfect." The invisible baker seemed to respond to her arrival, for immediately the rich aroma of what could only be described as persuasion scones began to fill the air, delicate. Flaky pastries infused with Earl Grey tea and rose petals, served with clotted cream that had been sweetened with Jane Austen's own blend of wit and wisdom. A steaming cup of the finest tea appeared on a small round table near the window, complete with a view of the rain-soaked garden beyond. Elizabeth settled herself gratefully, spreading her damp cloak over the back of her chair. "Thank you," she murmured to the empty air, and could have sworn she heard a gentle chuckle in response. She took a sip of the tea, perfectly prepared, naturally, and gazed out at the storm with the contemplative expression of someone accustomed to finding profound truths in simple moments. Before long the bell chimed again, and in stepped a figure that made Elizabeth sit up with interest. It was Captain Ahab, but not the fierce, obsessed captain of his darker hours. This was Ahab at rest, his weathered face softened by exhaustion and the promise of shelter. His ivory leg tapped against the wooden floor as he removed his rain-soaked coat, and when he looked around the bakery, his eyes held wonder rather than fury. "By the beard of Neptune," he murmured, his voice rough from years of shouting over ocean winds, "what manner of place is this?" Without a word from any visible host, a sturdy wooden chair appeared beside the hearth, positioned perfectly for his particular needs. Upon the mantelpiece materialized a bowl of Moby Dick chowder, rich, creamy, filled with the finest seafood, but somehow completely free of any darkness or obsession. Instead, it tasted of peaceful harbors, of sailors' homecomings, of the ocean at its most generous and welcoming. Ahab sat heavily, accepted the offered spoon that appeared in his weathered hand, and took a tentative sip. His shoulders, which had carried the weight of impossible quests for so long, finally began to relax. "I have sailed every sea," he said quietly, more to himself than to anyone else, "but I never imagined such a harbor as this." Elizabeth, ever one to appreciate character in all its forms, raised her teacup in a small toast. to unexpected sanctuaries, Captain." Ahab looked up, meeting her eyes, and managed a genuine smile. "Aye, miss, to that indeed." The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows as the evening deepened, and with it came more visitors seeking refuge. The next to enter was Anne Shirley, her red braids dampened but her green eyes bright with the irrepressible curiosity that had made her beloved across generations. She burst through the door with characteristic enthusiasm, then stopped short at the magical sight before her. "Oh my," she breathed, pressing her hands to her cheeks. "This is exactly the sort of place I've always imagined in my most romantic daydreams, only somehow even more wonderful because it's real. Look at those floating candles, and is that bread baking itself? Marilla would never believe it, though I suppose Diana might. She's always been wonderfully open to possibilities." Her delight was infectious, and both Elizabeth and Ahab found themselves smiling as Anne hung up her cloak and looked around with the appreciation of someone who had always found magic in the ordinary world. Without hesitation, she claimed a cozy nook near a bookshelf, where cushioned window seat invited long hours of reading and dreaming. Almost immediately, the most magnificent plate of Green Gables gingerbread appeared before her, each piece cut into the shape of a little house, decorated with white icing windows that actually glowed from within, and doors that seemed to open onto miniature gardens. Alongside came a tall glass of milk that tasted of summer meadows and childhood contentment. "This is absolutely the most romantic thing that has ever happened to me," Anne declared, taking a delicate bite of gingerbread, "and that includes Matthew giving me the dress with puffy sleeves. Though," she added thoughtfully, "I suppose this is a different sort of romance altogether, the romance of unexpected kindness and perfect comfort." Her words seemed to capture something essential about the bakery's magic, and the other visitors nodded in understanding. There was indeed something romantic about this place, but it was the romance of safety, of belonging, of being exactly where one needed to be. As if summoned by Anne's words about romance, the next visitor to arrive was someone who understood that concept in all its complexities. Romeo Montague stepped through the door, no longer the impetuous youth of Verona's streets, but aged into someone who had learned to appreciate quieter forms of love. His dark hair was streaked with silver now, and his famous impulsiveness had mellowed into thoughtful appreciation for life's gentler moments. "What place is this that doth harbour such warmth?" he asked, his voice carrying the musical cadence that had once wooed Juliet on balconies, now tempered with the wisdom of years. "Methinks the very air doth speak of peace." Elizabeth, well versed in literature despite living within it, recognized him immediately. "You would be Romeo of Verona, unless I am much mistaken, though you seem changed from your reputation." Romeo bowed gracefully. "Indeed, fair lady, though time has taught me to love life rather than court death, these many years have shown me that the greatest romance lies not in grand gestures, but in simple moments of connection and understanding." The bakery seemed to approve of his hard-won wisdom, for there appeared before him a plate of Juliet's balcony cookies, delicate almond wafers shaped like roses, each one a perfect balance of sweetness and subtlety. With them came a goblet of spiced wine that warmed the heart without clouding the mind, a drink that tasted of celebration rather than sorrow. "Please," said Elizabeth, gesturing to an empty chair at her table, "join us. The storm shows no signs of abating, and there is something particularly pleasant about sharing shelter with fellow travelers." Romeo accepted gratefully, settling into the offered chair. "In truth, I was but walking, thinking of old times and new hopes, when the rain began. It seems fortune has guided my steps to the most welcoming harbor I have ever found." Anne clapped her hands together from her window seat. "Oh, how perfectly wonderful! We're like characters from different stories all meeting in the same magical place. It's like something from the most romantic novel ever written, only better, because we're living it." Her enthusiasm was so genuine that even Captain Ahab, not typically given to whimsy, chuckled appreciatively. "The lass speaks truth. There's something about this place that makes even an old sea dog feel young again." The conversation that followed was gentle and meandering, like the rain itself. Elizabeth spoke of her walks through the countryside and her love of observing human nature. Romeo shared tales of his travels through Italy, describing hilltop towns and sunset-painted vineyards with the poet's eye he had never lost. Anne regaled them with stories of her teaching, her writing, and her ongoing efforts to bring imagination and beauty to the world around her. Even Captain Ahab, that most solitary of figures, found himself speaking of peaceful harbors he had known, of sunrises over calm seas, of the simple joy of a ship's crew working together in perfect harmony. As they talked, the bakery continued its quiet ministry of comfort. Plates refreshed themselves without being asked, teacups never emptied, and the fire in the hearth seemed to adjust its warmth to exactly what each visitor needed. The floating candles bobbed gently overhead, their light growing softer as the evening progressed, creating an atmosphere of perfect peace. It was during a comfortable lull in the conversation that the next visitor arrived, and this one brought with her an air of such serenity that everyone in the bakery felt immediately more at peace. Jane Eyre entered quietly, her dark dress and simple bonnet dripping with rain, but her bearing spoke of a woman who had found her place in the world and was content with it. "Good evening," she said simply, her voice carrying the gentle authority of one who had weathered many storms and emerged stronger. "I hope I might shelter here until the rain passes. I was visiting the village school when the weather turned, and I find myself rather far from home." "Of course, dear," said Elizabeth warmly. "We are all refugees from the storm here, and the bakery seems to have room for anyone in need of comfort." Jane smiled, a genuine expression that lit up her rather plain features and revealed the inner strength that had made her one of literature's most beloved heroines. "How kind. This is indeed a remarkable place. I can sense something." She paused, searching for the right word, something healing about it. As if responding to her words, a cozy armchair appeared near the fire, upholstered in soft blue fabric that seemed to glow with its own inner warmth. Before Jane could even settle herself, a plate of Thornfield tea cakes materialized, small, elegant pastries filled with lavender cream and topped with crystallized violets. Alongside came a delicate china cup filled with chamomile tea that smelled of English gardens and peaceful evenings. "Oh," Jane breathed, sinking into the chair with visible relief. "This is exactly what I needed, though I did not know it myself." She took a sip of the tea and closed her eyes briefly. After so many years of caring for others, it island, refreshing to be cared for in return. Anne leaned forward eagerly from her window seat. "You're Jane Eyre, aren't you? I've read your story so many times. You're one of my greatest heroines, the way you stood up for yourself, the way you insisted on being treated as an equal. It gives me courage in my own life." Jane blushed slightly but looked pleased. "Thank you, my dear, though I must say, you seem quite capable of your own courage. There's something about you that speaks of someone who refuses to let the world dim her inner light." Romeo raised his goblet. "To courageous women," he said gallantly, "for they make the world a place worth living in." "Indeed," agreed Elizabeth with a laugh, "though I might argue that courage comes in many forms, and we have fine examples of each around this table." Captain Ahab, who had been listening with growing warmth, lifted his bowl of chowder. "To courage, then, whether it be on stormy seas or in drawing rooms, and to this place that brings together such diverse souls in perfect harmony." They toasted with their various cups and plates, and the sound of their gentle laughter mixed with the rain outside to create a symphony of contentment. The bakery seemed to pulse with approval, the candles flickering a little brighter, the fire crackling a little more warmly. As the evening deepened and the storm settled into a steady, soothing rhythm, one more visitor arrived to complete their gathering. The door opened to admit Matthew Cuthbert, his grey hair dampened by rain, his shoulders stooped but his eyes kind. He paused in the doorway, taking in the magical scene with quiet wonder. "Evening," he said softly. "If it's not too much trouble, I'd be glad of a place to sit till the storm lets up." Elizabeth immediately recognized the nobility in his bearing and gestured to an empty chair. "Please, do join us, Mr. Cuthbert. We've been having the most delightful evening, and your presence would only enhance our gathering." Matthew removed his hat awkwardly, then settled himself with the hesitant ease of a man not used to attention but deeply grateful for kindness. Almost immediately, a plate of mockingbird muffins appeared before him, cornbread studded with wild honey and pecans, still warm from the oven, accompanied by a tall glass of sweet tea that tasted of summer evenings and front porch conversations. "Well now," he murmured, with a smile that deepened the lines around his eyes, "this surely is something special, makes a fellow feel right at home." "In a way we all have," said Jane thoughtfully. "Each of us carries our own story, our own struggles and triumphs, and somehow this bakery has brought us all together in perfect comfort." Anne, who had been growing sleepy in her cozy window seat, roused herself to add, "It's like the bakery knows exactly what each of us needs, not just the food and drink, but the company, the warmth, the feeling of belonging somewhere." Romeo nodded, swirling the spiced wine in his goblet. "In my youth, I thought I understood love, passionate, desperate, all-consuming love. But this, he gestured around the bakery, this is love of a different sort. Gentle, encompassing, asking nothing and giving everything. Captain Ahab, who had pushed away his empty bowl of chowder and was now simply enjoying the warmth of the fire, spoke in a voice rough with emotion. I spent too many years chasing storms, creating them where none existed, but places like this, they remind a man that the world holds more kindness than he might have thought possible. Later, when Captain Ahab spoke of storms and Romeo of love, Matthew listened quietly, then broke off a piece of cornbread and said in his plain, steady way, "Seems to me the world's got its share of hard times, no denying that, but there's good in it too, kindness, neighborliness, a warm place on a cold night. Maybe that's enough to keep us going." As if responding to their words, the bakery seemed to settle even more deeply into its evening rhythm. The rain outside had gentled to a whisper, the floating candles had dimmed to a soft glow, and the fire in the hearth had settled into a steady, hypnotic dance of flames. The very air seemed to grow heavier with contentment, encouraging drowsy contemplation and peaceful reflection. Elizabeth found herself thinking of her long walks through the countryside, of the way morning mist looked rising from familiar fields. Jane gazed into the fire and remembered quiet evenings with her students, the satisfaction of seeing young minds light up with new understanding. Anne curled deeper into her window seat, watching raindrops trace lazy paths down the glass, and thinking of all the beautiful descriptions she would write about this evening. Romeo found himself composing not the passionate sonnets of his youth, but gentle verses about friendship and the warmth of shared shelter. Captain Ahab, for perhaps the first time in decades, felt his thoughts turn not to the vast, challenging ocean, but to peaceful harbors and the simple joy of dry clothes and hot food. Matthew Cuthbert reflected on the small victories of his daily life, moments when justice was served, when understanding bridged differences, when his children made choices that proved the world would continue to grow a little better each generation. As the night deepened, the invisible baker seemed to sense that the evening was drawing toward its natural close. The scent of something new began to waft through the air, something that smelled like every comfort food anyone had ever craved, but elevated to magical perfection. Without fanfare, a large platter appeared in the center of the main table, piled high with what could only be called storybook ending cookies. Each one was shaped like a different symbol, a cottage, a ship, a rose, a mockingbird, a book, a pair of green gables. But more than their appearance, it was their effect that made them truly magical. One bite, and each visitor felt a deep sense of completion, of stories well told and lessons learned, of lives lived with purpose and meaning. "Oh my," whispered Anne, taking a delicate bite of a cookie shaped like a little house. "It tastes like home, like every wonderful place I've ever been and every wonderful place I hope to go." Elizabeth nodded, savoring a cookie shaped like an open book. "It's quite extraordinary. I feel as though I've just finished reading the most satisfying novel, one where every character found exactly the ending they needed." Romeo smiled, his cookie shaped like a perfect rose. It tastes of love, not the desperate passion of youth, but the deep, abiding love that grows between souls who truly understand one another. Jane's cookie, shaped like a simple cottage, brought tears to her eyes. It's the taste of having a place in the world, of knowing that you belong somewhere and are valued for exactly who you are. Captain Ahab's ship-shaped cookie seemed to melt on his tongue like sea foam. It's the harbor I was always seeking but didn't know I was looking for. The place where the journey finally makes sense. Cuthbert bit thoughtfully into his mockingbird-shaped cookie and nodded slowly. It's justice, I think, not the harsh kind that punishes, but the gentle kind that heals and makes things right. As they savored these final treats, the storm outside completed its journey from fury to whisper to silence. The rain stopped entirely, leaving only the gentle sound of water dripping from eaves and the distant rumble of thunder moving away toward other horizons. Through the bakery's windows, they could see stars beginning to appear between the departing clouds. The bakery itself seemed to be settling into sleep mode. The floating candles dimmed to the softest glow, like night lights in a beloved childhood bedroom. The fire in the hearth settled into glowing embers that cast dancing shadows on the walls. Even the magical bread-making sounds from the kitchen grew quieter, as if the invisible baker was tidying up for the night. One by one, the visitors began to gather their belongings, but slowly, reluctantly, as if none of them quite wanted this perfect evening to end. Elizabeth folded her now dry cloak over her arm. Romeo corked the remainder of his spiced wine, somehow knowing it would taste just as perfect when he reached home. Anne marked her place in a book that had appeared beside her window seat, a story she somehow knew would be exactly what she needed to read tonight before sleep. Jane stood and smoothed her simple dress, feeling more rested than she had in months. Captain Ahab retrieved his coat, marveling at how the storm that had driven him here now seemed like the greatest blessing of the year. Cuthbert finished the last of his sweet tea and stood with the satisfied sigh of a man who had spent his evening exactly as it should be spent. As they prepared to leave, each visitor found themselves pausing, trying to find words to express their gratitude for the evening's unexpected gift. But somehow, words seemed inadequate for what they had experienced. Instead, they each placed a hand over their heart and bowed slightly toward the kitchen, toward the invisible presence that had made this sanctuary possible. In response, they could have sworn they felt a warm hand touch each of their shoulders, a gentle voice whispering, "Come back whenever you need to. You will always have a place here." Elizabeth was the first to step toward the door, then turned back with a smile. She said to the others, "We might all meet again on another stormy evening. There's something about this place that makes me think our paths will cross again." "Oh, I do hope so," said Anne earnestly. "This has been the most romantic evening of my entire life. And I mean romantic in the very best sense. The sense of something beautiful and meaningful and perfectly, magically right." Romeo bowed gallantly to each of them. "It would be my honor to share shelter with such noble companions again. Until we meet again, may your journeys be safe and your destinations welcoming. Jane smiled her quiet smile. I shall carry the memory of this evening with me always. It will be a source of strength in difficult times, and a reminder that the world holds more kindness than we sometimes dare to believe. Captain Ahab straightened his shoulders, looking somehow younger than when he had arrived. Fair winds to all of you. This old sailor has learned something new tonight about the meaning of safe harbor. Cuthbert tipped an imaginary hat. It's been a privilege sharing this evening with you all. Gives a man faith in the basic goodness of folks when you find yourself in company like this. One by one, they stepped out into the night. The storm had passed completely, leaving the air fresh and clean, scented with rain and growing things. The cobblestones gleamed wetly under the emerging starlight, and a gentle breeze stirred the leaves of the trees that lined the street. As they walked away in different directions toward their various homes and destinies, each carried with them the warmth of the evening, the taste of magical comfort food, and most importantly, the knowledge that somewhere in the world was a place where any weary traveler could find exactly the refuge they needed. Behind them, the rainy day wizarding bakery settled into peaceful slumber. The floating candles winked out one by one. The fire in the hearth became a gentle glow of embers, and the very walls seemed to exhale with contentment. The invisible baker moved quietly through the rooms, straightening chairs and wiping tables, preparing for whatever souls might need shelter when the next storm came. Outside, the last clouds drifted away, revealing a sky full of stars that seemed to wink approvingly down at the little bakery. A gentle wind rustled through the herb garden behind the building, releasing the mingled scents of lavender and rosemary, chamomile and mint fragrances that would drift through the dreams of anyone lucky enough to sleep nearby. And in houses scattered throughout the village and beyond, 6 visitors settled into their beds, carrying with them the lingering taste of magic, the echo of gentle laughter, and the deep, bone-deep certainty that they had been part of something extraordinary. As sleep took them, each dreamed of floating candles and warm fires, of cookies shaped like hope and tea that tasted of belonging. The rainy day wizarding bakery had worked its gentle magic once again, proving that sometimes the most profound enchantments are the simplest ones: a dry place to shelter from the storm, warm food to nourish both body and spirit, and the incomparable comfort of finding yourself in exactly the right place, with exactly the right people, at exactly the right time. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, new challenges, new stories to be written and lived. But tonight, all was peace, all was warmth, all was the gentle certainty that in a world that could sometimes seem cold and vast, there would always be places like this, havens of kindness, where every soul could find rest. The bakery dozed contentedly, its work complete for another evening, already dreaming of the next storm that would drive weary travelers to its welcoming door. A cozy Halloween night in the rainy day bakery sleep story, the Timeless Tales Library. The first drops of rain began to fall, just as the afternoon light was fading into the deep purple of Halloween evening. Each droplet caught the amber glow of the street lamps, creating tiny golden sparks that danced briefly before disappearing into the growing puddles along cobblestone lane. The wind carried with it the scent of autumn leaves, wood smoke, and something else, something warm and sweet, that seemed to drift from the little bakery tucked between the old bookshop and the flower market. The rainy day Halloween bakery had been there for as long as anyone could remember, though few could say exactly when it had first appeared. Its windows glowed with a soft, honey-colored light that seemed to push back against the gathering storm, and the painted sign above the door, depicting a cheerful pumpkin holding an umbrella, swayed gently in the wind. Wisps of steam curled from the chimney, carrying the promise of warmth and freshly baked bread into the cool evening air. Inside, the bakery was a haven of comfort and light. The walls were lined with shelves of warm oak, filled with glass jars containing spices that sparkled like jewels, cinnamon sticks tied with orange ribbon, whole nutmegs that gleamed like small wooden moons, and star anise that looked like tiny bronze flowers. Copper pots hung from hooks near the great stone hearth, where a fire crackled softly, sending dancing shadows across the worn brick floor. The air was thick with the scent of vanilla, brown butter, and the deep, rich smell of chocolate melting slowly in double boilers. Behind the counter, movements could be glimpsed, the flash of flour-dusted hands, the gentle clink of measuring spoons, the soft whisper of oven doors opening and closing. But the baker remained a mysterious presence, never quite fully visible, always just around the corner or behind the great stone ovens. What mattered was not the baker's face, but the baker's gift, the uncanny ability to know exactly what each visitor needed, exactly when they needed it most. The display cases were filled with Halloween treasures that seemed to glow in the warm light. Pumpkin-shaped scones dotted with candied ginger, their golden crusts brushed with honey that caught the firelight. Apple cider donuts dusted with cinnamon sugar, still warm from the oil. Maple leaf cookies decorated with amber icing that looked like real autumn leaves. And in the center case, a magnificent array of cupcakes topped with swirls of orange and black frosting, each one decorated with a tiny marzipan pumpkin or a delicate sugar spider that seemed almost too beautiful to eat. The first rumble of thunder rolled across the sky just as the bakery's bell chimed softly, its brass voice barely audible above the growing patter of rain against the windows. The door opened, and a gust of wind carried in a few golden leaves, along with a young woman in a pale blue dress and a white apron, her dark hair damp from the rain. "Oh my," she said softly, pausing just inside the doorway as the warmth of the bakery enveloped her like a gentle embrace. Her voice carried the crisp accent of New England, and her dark eyes took in the cozy scene with obvious relief. What a lovely place. This was Alice, though she was no longer the curious child who had once tumbled down a rabbit hole into Wonderland. Years had passed since her strange adventures, and she had grown into a thoughtful young woman who worked as a governess for a kind family in the countryside. But the wonder in her eyes remained unchanged, and as she stepped further into the bakery, that same sense of magic she had once known began to stir in her heart. "I was caught in the rain," she explained to the warm air, though no one seemed to be listening, or perhaps someone was, just out of sight. I was walking home from the village when the storm began. I've never seen this bakery before, though I've walked this way 100 times. She moved toward the counter, her wet shoes making soft sounds on the brick floor. The display cases drew her like a magnet, and she found herself gazing at a tray of cookies shaped like playing cards, hearts and spades and clubs and diamonds, each one decorated with royal icing in the most delicate detail. They reminded her of something, though she couldn't quite place what. "How curious," she murmured, and as she spoke, a cup of tea appeared on the counter before her, not placed there by any visible hand, but simply present, as if it had always been there. The cup was delicate china, painted with tiny roses, and the tea within steamed gently, carrying the scent of bergamot and honey. Beside it sat a small plate holding a single playing card cookie, the Queen of Hearts, decorated with intricate red icing and tiny pearl dust that made it shimmer in the firelight. Alice wrapped her hands around the warm cup and took a sip. The tea was perfect, not too hot, not too sweet, with just the right hint of lemon. As the warmth spread through her chest, she felt the tension of the long day begin to melt away. She had been worrying about her young charges, about the lessons she needed to prepare, about the letter she needed to write to her sister. But here, in this moment, with the rain drumming gently against the windows and the fire crackling in the hearth, all of those concerns seemed very far away. She took a small bite of the cookie, and the flavor transported her instantly, butter and vanilla, and a hint of rose water that made her think of her mother's garden in summer. The icing was smooth and sweet, with a complexity that revealed itself slowly, layer by layer. It was, she thought, exactly what a Queen of Hearts cookie should taste like, though she had never tasted one before. The bell chimed again, more insistently this time, and the door burst open with a gust of wind and rain. A figure stumbled inside, a tall, lean man, with wild dark hair and clothing that had seen better days. His coat was patched in several places, and his boots were worn thin at the heels, but his eyes were bright and intelligent, and there was something noble in his bearing despite his shabby appearance. "Good evening," he said, straightening his coat and attempting to smooth his unruly hair. His voice carried the musical cadence of the Scottish Highlands, and there was poetry in the way he shaped his words. "I do apologize for my dramatic entrance. The storm seems to have increased in intensity, and I found myself in need of shelter." This was Robert Burns, the ploughman poet, though he had long since set down his plough to pursue the muse that called to him from every sunrise and sunset, every lark's song and lover's sigh. He had been walking through the countryside, as was his habit when inspiration struck, composing verses in his head about the beauty of autumn evenings. But the storm had caught him unprepared, and he had been grateful to spot the warm light of the bakery through the driving rain. Alice looked up from her tea and smiled. "Please, come in properly. The fire is warm, and the tea is excellent." Burns moved toward the hearth, his keen eyes taking in every detail of the cozy bakery. "A magical place indeed," he said, warming his hands by the fire. "I've walked these roads for years, but I've never encountered this particular establishment. Though perhaps," he added with a twinkle in his eye, "it only appears when it's most needed." As if in response to his words, a bowl of something hot and fragrant appeared on the counter nearest to where he stood. It was oatmeal porridge, but not the simple fare of his childhood. This was porridge fit for a poet, creamy and rich, topped with a swirl of honey and cream, candied walnuts, and a sprinkle of what looked like gold dust but was actually brown sugar mixed with cinnamon. Beside it sat a thick slice of what appeared to be traditional Scottish bannock, but as Burns approached, he could smell the additions that made it special: dried currants, a hint of whiskey, and herbs that reminded him of the highland meadows of his youth. "Oh, now that's a sight for sore eyes," he said, settling onto a stool by the counter. He took a spoonful of the porridge, and his eyes closed in pure bliss. "Aye, that's the taste of home, but better than home ever was." Alice watched him with interest. There was something about the way he savoured each bite, the way he seemed to find poetry in the simple act of eating, that spoke to her own appreciation for life's smaller pleasures. "Are you a writer?" she asked. "Among other things," Burns replied with a smile. "I write verses about the beauty I find in the world, the way the morning light falls across a field of barley, the sound of a stream running over stones, the way a woman's laugh can make the whole world seem brighter." "How lovely," Alice said. "I've always thought there was poetry in ordinary things, though I've never been brave enough to write it down." "Ah, but courage isn't required, lass," Burns said gently. "Only honesty and a willingness to see the magic that's already there." The storm outside seemed to be settling into a steady rhythm now, the thunder rolling more distantly, and the rain falling in a constant, gentle patter that was almost musical. The fire crackled in response, sending up sparks that danced like tiny fairies before disappearing up the chimney. The bakery felt even cozier now, with two people sharing its warmth, their quiet conversation mixing with the sound of the rain and the distant whisper of the baker's continued work. The bell chimed a third time, and this time the door opened more cautiously. A small figure peered inside, a girl of perhaps 16 or 17, with golden hair braided simply and eyes the color of winter sky. Her dress was plain but well made, and she carried herself with a dignity that seemed too old for her years. This was Cordelia, the youngest daughter of King Lear, though she bore no crown now and claimed no royal title. "Excuse me," she said softly, her voice carrying the refined accent of nobility tempered by genuine humility. "I hope I'm not intruding. The storm has made travel impossible, and I saw your light." "Not intruding at all, dear," Alice said warmly. "Please, come out of the cold." Cordelia stepped inside, closing the door carefully behind her. She moved with the grace of someone accustomed to court life, but there was no arrogance in her bearing, only a quiet strength and a sadness that seemed to cling to her like morning mist. She had been traveling alone, something that would have been unthinkable for a princess in her father's court. But she was no longer a princess, having chosen honesty over flattery, love over political advantage. Her father's rejection still stung, though time had begun to heal the worst of that wound. A weary traveller is always welcome, Burns added, gesturing to the warmth of the fire, especially on a night like this, when the storm seems bent on reminding us how small we are in the face of nature's power. As Cordelia approached the fire, she found that a place had been prepared for her, a comfortable chair with soft cushions, positioned perfectly to catch the fire's warmth. On a small table beside the chair sat a delicate teacup filled with something that steamed gently, and a plate holding what appeared to be a single piece of shortbread, but as she lifted it, she could see it had been shaped into a heart and decorated with crystallized violets. She took a sip of the drink and discovered it was spiced cider, warm and fragrant with cinnamon and cloves, with just a hint of something else, perhaps cardamom or a touch of brandy. It was exactly what she would have chosen for herself, had she known such a perfect drink existed. "This is extraordinary," she said softly, taking a small bite of the shortbread. The butter was rich and creamy, the sugar perfectly balanced, and the violets added a floral note that made her think of the gardens of her childhood, when life was simple and her father's love seemed as constant as the sunrise. "Indeed it is," Alice agreed. "I was just thinking how this place seems to provide exactly what each person needs." My tea appeared just as I was hoping for warmth, and Mr. Burns found porridge that reminded him of home. "The mystery of it adds to the charm," Burns said, finishing the last of his bannock. "Sometimes the best gifts are those we cannot explain, only accept with grateful hearts." Cordelia nodded, settling more comfortably into her chair. "I've been traveling for some time," she said, "seeking, well, I'm not entirely sure what I'm seeking. A new beginning, perhaps. A place where I can be useful, where my past doesn't define my future." "Ah, the eternal journey," Burns said gently. "We're all seeking something, are we not? The perfect verse, the perfect love, the perfect moment when everything makes sense. I think sometimes the perfect moment is simply this," Alice said, gesturing to the cozy scene around them. "Warm and dry, with good food and kind company, while the storm rages safely outside." They fell into a comfortable silence then, each lost in their own thoughts, but connected by the shared warmth of the bakery and the gentle rhythm of the rain. The fire continued to crackle, sending dancing shadows across the walls, and somewhere in the back of the bakery they could hear the soft sounds of continued baking, the whisper of flour being sifted, the gentle bubble of something simmering on the stove. The bell chimed once more, and this time it was accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps on the cobblestones outside. The door opened to admit a large man with a beard like spun silver and eyes that held depths of ancient wisdom. His clothing was simple but well made, the garb of a craftsman or merchant, and he carried himself with the confidence of someone accustomed to respect. This was Prospero, the exiled Duke of Milan, though his days of commanding spirits and conjuring tempests were long behind him. "Good evening," he said in a voice like aged whiskey, rich and smooth. I find myself in need of shelter from this most determined storm." He paused just inside the doorway, his eyes taking in the scene with obvious pleasure. Here was Alice with her teacup and playing card cookie, Burns with his empty bowl of porridge, and Cordelia curled in her chair with the firelight dancing across her golden hair. The warmth and peace of the scene seemed to settle something in his soul that had been restless for far too long. "Please, join us," Cordelia said, gesturing to the remaining chairs near the fire. "We seem to have found the most welcoming refuge imaginable." Prospero moved toward the fire with the measured step of someone who had learned not to rush through life, having discovered that the most precious things revealed themselves only to those who took the time to truly see. As he settled into a chair that seemed to have been waiting specifically for him, he found a goblet at his elbow, not filled with wine, as might have been expected, but with something far more intriguing. It was hot chocolate, but not the simple drink of childhood. This was chocolate as it might have been served in the court of Spanish kings, rich and dark, with hints of vanilla and cinnamon, a touch of chile pepper that warmed without burning, and topped with whipped cream that had been dusted with what appeared to be edible gold. Beside it sat a single piece of what looked like Turkish delight, but as he lifted it, he could see it had been crafted with extraordinary care, layers of different flavors visible in its translucent depths, like a tiny stained glass window. "Magnificent," he said, tasting first the chocolate and then the confection. "This brings back memories of distant lands and royal banquets, of flavors I had almost forgotten existed." "You've traveled extensively?" Alice asked, intrigued by the worldliness in his voice. "In my youth, yes," Prospero replied. "I was in a position that allowed me to see much of the world, though I spent many years after that in solitude, learning that sometimes wisdom comes not from seeing new places, but from truly understanding where you are." Burns leaned forward with interest. "A philosopher as well as a traveler, I suspect. There's something in your bearing that speaks of deep learning, hard-won wisdom. We all learn if we live long enough," Prospero said with a gentle smile. "I've learned the value of forgiveness, the power of letting go of old grievances, the peace that comes from accepting what cannot be changed while working to change what should be changed." Cordelia looked up from her cider. "Forgiveness," she repeated softly. "Yes, I'm still learning that lesson myself. It's perhaps the most difficult lesson of all," Prospero said, "especially when we must forgive those we love most, for it's their failures that cut us deepest." The conversation flowed gently among them then, touching on travels and dreams, on books they had read and places they had been. Alice spoke of her work with children, how their unguarded curiosity reminded her daily of the wonder that existed in the world. Burns shared fragments of verses that came to him as he spoke, painting word pictures of Scottish hillsides and the laughter of shepherdesses. Cordelia described the small cottage where she now lived, how she had learned to find joy in simple tasks like tending a garden or baking bread for her neighbors. And Prospero told stories of distant islands and ancient libraries, of the satisfaction that came from understanding at last that true magic lay not in commanding others, but in mastering oneself. The storm outside had settled into a gentle, steady rain that no longer seemed threatening but rather comforting, a lullaby sung by the sky to help the world settle into peaceful sleep. Inside the bakery, the fire had burned down to glowing coals that painted everything in warm amber light, and new treats had appeared on the counter as they talked. There was a tray of what looked like miniature pumpkin pies, each no larger than a silver dollar, their crusts flaky and golden, their fillings smooth and spiced with just the right blend of cinnamon, nutmeg, and ginger. Beside them sat a plate of cookies shaped like autumn leaves, each one a different color, some gold like birch leaves, some red like maple, some brown like oak, and all dusted with a sugar that sparkled like morning frost. But most impressive of all was a cake that now graced the center of the counter. It was not large, but it was clearly a masterpiece, 3 layers of what appeared to be spice cake, filled with something that looked like cinnamon buttercream, and covered in fondant that had been painted to look like autumn twilight. The base was deep purple like the evening sky, gradually lightening to gold near the top, and scattered across its surface were tiny sugar stars and a crescent moon that seemed to glow with its own light. "That's the most beautiful cake I've ever seen," Alice breathed, rising to get a better look. "It's like something from a dream," Cordelia agreed, joining her at the counter. Burns stood and moved closer as well, his poet's eye taking in every detail. "Aye, it's a work of art, too beautiful to eat, surely." But Prospero, with the wisdom of his years, smiled and shook his head. Beautiful things are meant to be enjoyed, not merely admired. The baker, wherever he or she may be, created this to be shared, not preserved. As if summoned by his words, 4 plates appeared on the counter, each holding a perfect slice of the twilight cake. The interior was revealed to be even more magical than the exterior. The cake itself was a warm golden color, studded with what appeared to be crystallized ginger and tiny pieces of candied orange peel. The filling was indeed cinnamon buttercream, but layered with thin sheets of what looked like spun sugar that caught the light like dewdrops on spider webs. They each took a plate and returned to their seats by the fire, where the coals still glowed with steady warmth. The first bite of cake was a revelation, moist and spiced, sweet but not cloying, with flavors that seemed to change and develop as they ate. Alice detected notes of cardamom and a hint of rosewater. Burns found echoes of honey and oats that reminded him of his homeland. Cordelia tasted lavender and something that might have been elderflower, and Prospero discovered layers of complexity that spoke of exotic spices from distant lands, star anise, perhaps, and something that might have been saffron. "Each person tastes something different," Alice said wonderfully. "How extraordinary. Perhaps we taste what we need," Cordelia suggested, "what speaks to our hearts in this moment. Or perhaps," Burns said with a smile, "the magic lies not in the cake itself, but in sharing it with kindred spirits on a stormy night." They ate in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire and listening to the rain, which had grown even gentler and more musical. The bakery seemed to wrap around them like a warm blanket, protecting them from the weather and the worries of the world beyond its walls. As they finished their cake, Alice found herself thinking about the curious path that had led her here. If she hadn't stayed late at the schoolhouse to prepare lessons, if she hadn't decided to walk home despite the threatening sky, if she hadn't seen the warm light of the bakery just when the rain began. But perhaps, she thought, some meetings were meant to be, written in the stars long before the participants ever suspected. Burns was composing in his head, weaving the evening into verses that captured not just the sensory details, the taste of the perfect porridge, the warmth of the fire, the sound of rain on windows, but the deeper magic of finding unexpected friendship in an impossible place. Cordelia felt something she had not experienced since leaving her father's court, a sense of belonging, of being exactly where she was meant to be. These strangers had welcomed her without question, shared their warmth without reservation, asked nothing of her but her simple presence. It was, she thought, what true fellowship should be. And Prospero, who had spent so many years mastering the complex arts of magic and governance, marveled at the simple enchantment of this place, this moment. Here was magic that required no spells or spirits, only the willingness to be present, to be grateful, to share what was given with an open heart. The bell chimed one final time very softly, and they all looked toward the door, but no one entered. Instead, the sound seemed to signal something, a change in the atmosphere perhaps, or simply the passage of time. The storm outside had gentled to the softest whisper of rain, barely audible now against the windows. "I believe the storm is ending," Prospero said softly. They all listened, and indeed, the drumming on the roof had faded to the gentlest patter, and through the windows they could see that the wind had stilled. But none of them made any move to leave. "I'm in no hurry to venture out again," Alice admitted. "This has been the most peaceful evening I've had in months." "Aye, there's no rush to return to the world just yet," Burns agreed. "Sometimes a man needs to sit by a fire with good company and let his soul catch up with his body." "I feel as though I could stay here forever," Cordelia said dreamily. "When morning comes, perhaps this will all seem like a beautiful dream." "Perhaps it is a dream," Prospero said with a gentle smile. "But if so, it's the kind of dream that changes us, that we carry with us long after we wake, as if in response to their reluctance to leave, new comforts appeared around them." Alice found a soft blanket draped over the arm of her chair, woven in shades of blue and silver that reminded her of winter mornings. Burns discovered a leather-bound journal and a well-worn quill pen on the table beside him, as if the bakery understood his need to capture the evening in words before it faded. Cordelia's chair acquired a small footstool and a pillow embroidered with tiny violets, transforming it into the most comfortable seat imaginable. And beside Prospero's chair appeared a small stack of books, volumes of philosophy and poetry, their leather covers worn smooth by many hands. The fire settled into a steady glow that would last for hours, and the bakery filled with the kind of deep, contented silence that comes only when people are exactly where they want to be, with exactly the companions they need. Alice wrapped herself in her blanket and curled up in her chair, her teacup refilled with something that smelled of chamomile and honey. Burns opened the journal and began to write, his pen moving smoothly across the cream-colored pages as he captured the magic of the evening in carefully chosen words. Cordelia closed her eyes and let the peace of the moment wash over her, feeling safer and more at home than she had since leaving her father's castle. And Prospero selected a volume of poetry from his stack and began to read quietly, his deep voice adding another layer of comfort to the scene. The hours passed, unmeasured and unnoticed. Sometimes one of them would speak, sharing a thought prompted by a line of poetry, a memory stirred by the taste of their drinks, a reflection on the strange magic of the evening. But mostly they simply existed together in comfortable quiet, each lost in their own thoughts but united by the shared experience of perfect contentment. Alice dozed in her chair, her dreams filled with images of playing card cookies and teacups that refilled themselves. She dreamed of walking through gardens where the flowers were made of spun sugar and the trees grew books instead of leaves. And everywhere she went, there were friends waiting to share whatever adventures the day might bring. Burns wrote until his hand grew tired, filling page after page with verses that captured not just the events of the evening but its essence, the way kindness could transform strangers into friends, the way a simple meal shared became a feast, the way four people from different worlds could find common ground in appreciation for beauty, wisdom, and warmth. Cordelia let herself drift in and out of peaceful half-sleep, her mind releasing at last the burdens of guilt and regret she had carried for so long. In this place, surrounded by these people who asked nothing of her but her genuine self, she could finally forgive not just her father for his rejection, but herself for the pride that had made her unable to speak the flattering lies he had wanted to hear. And Prospero read until the words began to blur on the page, not from weariness but from a kind of deep satisfaction that made concentration difficult. He had found what he had been seeking without knowing. He was seeking it a place where his past mattered less than his present kindness, where his magic was not in commanding storms, but in appreciating the simple gift of good company on a rainy night. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving behind only the gentle drip of water from the eaves and the distant sound of wind chimes stirring in the cool night air. Through the windows they could see the first faint lightening of the eastern sky, not yet dawn, but the promise of dawn, the gentle transition from night to morning that would bring with it the return to ordinary time and ordinary concerns. But for now, they remained in the timeless space of the bakery, surrounded by warmth and comfort and the lingering sweetness of shared treats and shared stories. The fire continued to glow, the books continued to offer their wisdom, and the mysterious baker continued to work somewhere in the shadows, preparing for whatever new visitors the next storm might bring. Alice stirred in her chair and smiled without opening her eyes. In a few hours, she would need to return to her duties, to the children who depended on her guidance and the lessons she needed to teach. but she would carry with her the memory of this evening, the taste of perfect tea, the warmth of unexpected friendship, the knowledge that magic could still be found by those who remained open to wonder. Burns set down his pen and flexed his fingers, satisfied with the verses he had created. Tomorrow he would polish them, share them with the world, let others experience through his words some small portion of the magic he had found tonight. But even if the poems were lost, even if no one ever read them, the evening itself was treasure enough. Cordelia opened her eyes and looked around at her companions, Alice peaceful in her blue blanket, Burns with his ink-stained fingers and contented smile, Prospero absorbed in his book but radiating deep tranquility. She had been alone for so long, carrying her burdens in solitude, but tonight had shown her that loneliness was a choice, not a fate. There would always be other weary travelers seeking shelter from storms, and perhaps she could be for them what these people had been for her, a welcoming presence, a listening ear, a friend discovered in an unexpected place. And Prospero, closing his book at last and settling back in his chair, marveled once again at the evening's gifts. He had spent years learning to command the elements, to bend spirits to his will, to shape reality through force of knowledge and determination. But tonight he had learned a deeper magic, the magic of receiving what was offered with gratitude, of being present without trying to control, of finding in simple human connection the most profound enchantment of all. The bakery settled around them like a gentle embrace, protecting their peace for these last precious hours before the world reclaimed them. Outside, Halloween night was fading into All Saints' Day. The storm was passing into clear skies, and 4 souls had found exactly what they needed in the warm light of an impossible place. As the first birds began to sing in the distance, heralding the approach of dawn, Alice, Burns, Cordelia, and Prospero remained exactly where they belonged, safe, warm, content, and deeply, perfectly at peace. The rainy day Halloween bakery had given them its greatest gift, the knowledge that no matter how far they might travel, no matter what storms they might face, there would always be places like this waiting to be discovered, and people like each other waiting to share in the simple, profound magic of kindness, comfort, and connection. The gentle sound of their breathing mingled with the dying whispers of the fire, the soft settling of the old building, and the distant promise of morning, creating a lullaby that would carry them safely through the remaining hours of the night and into whatever dreams awaited them in the peaceful dawn. A cozy Thanksgiving night in the rainy day bakery. The November rain began just as the afternoon light started to fade, drumming steadily against the cobblestones of Whisperwind Lane. Each droplet seemed to carry with it the promise of a long, cozy evening ahead. At the corner where the old gas lamp cast its golden circle of light, the rainy day Thanksgiving bakery glowed like a warm beacon through the gathering dusk. Inside, the air was thick with the most wonderful scents, cinnamon and nutmeg dancing with brown butter, the sweet perfume of roasting pumpkins mingling with the rich aroma of fresh-baked bread. The bakery's windows, framed by cheerful yellow curtains, were already beginning to fog with the warmth from within. Soft lamplight flickered across shelves lined with golden loaves, russet-colored tarts, and platters of cookies that seemed to glow like autumn leaves. The mysterious baker, whose gentle presence could always be felt but never quite glimpsed, had been working since dawn. Thanksgiving was tomorrow, but tonight, this stormy, magical evening, would be for those who needed warmth most. The baker always seemed to know exactly when such travellers would arrive, and exactly what they would need. The first drops of rain had barely begun to fall when the bakery's brass bell gave its first gentle chime of the evening. In stepped a small, neat woman with greying hair tucked beneath a practical bonnet. She paused just inside the doorway, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sight before her. Miss Jane Marple had been walking through what she thought was the village of Street. Mary Mead when the storm caught her, but somehow in that peculiar way that happens on certain magical evenings, she had found herself on Whisperwind Lane instead. "My goodness," she murmured softly, unwinding her wool scarf with careful fingers. "What a perfectly lovely place to weather a storm." The warmth enveloped her immediately, chasing away the chill that had settled in her bones during her walk. Along the far wall a small fireplace crackled merrily, its light dancing across comfortable armchairs that seemed to be positioned just so, as if waiting for exactly the right visitors. Miss Marple moved toward the fire, her keen eyes taking in every detail of her surroundings with the gentle curiosity that had served her so well in life. The display cases were filled with wonders that made her catch her breath softly. There were pies with latticed crusts that looked like intricate lacework, their golden surfaces gleaming in the lamplight. Rows of dinner rolls sat plump and perfect, their tops brushed with herbs that sparkled like tiny emeralds. And there, on a three-tiered stand near the window, was the most beautiful collection of petit fours she had ever seen, each one decorated with delicate autumn leaves made of spun sugar. "Oh, how beautiful," she whispered, and as if summoned by her words, a steaming cup of tea appeared on the small round table beside one of the armchairs. Earl Grey, she realized with a gentle smile, inhaling the bergamot-scented steam. Beside the cup sat a small plate holding what appeared to be a scone studded with cranberries and topped with a dollop of clotted cream that had been dusted with cinnamon. Miss Marple settled into the armchair with a contented sigh, her fingers wrapping around the warm porcelain cup. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, but here by the fire, with the scone's buttery warmth melting on her tongue, she felt more peaceful than she had in months. There was something about this place, something that reminded her of all the best parts of home, of safety, of belonging. She had just taken her second sip of tea when the bell chimed again, and in stepped a tall, distinguished gentleman with silver hair and clothes that spoke of careful attention to detail. He paused in the doorway much as she had, and Miss Marple recognized something in his expression, that same mixture of surprise and delight that she imagined had crossed her own face moments before. "Good evening," said Hercule Poirot, inclining his head politely as he stepped fully into the bakery's warmth. His accent carried the musical cadence of Belgium, and his eyes, bright with intelligence and kindness, swept the room with obvious appreciation. Forgive the intrusion, but the storm, she is most persistent tonight. Oh, not an intrusion at all, Miss Marple replied warmly, gesturing to the chair across from hers. I have a feeling this lovely bakery is meant to be shared on an evening like this. I'm Jane Marple, and you're most welcome to join me by the fire. Hercule Poirot, at your service, mademoiselle. He approached with that careful, precise way of moving that spoke of a man who noticed everything around him. This place, it is most remarkable, non? I was walking through what I believed to be the streets of London when the rain began, and yet here I find myself in what appears to be a little piece of paradise. As if responding to his presence, another cup appeared on the table between them, this one filled with what could only be hot chocolate, rich and dark, with a small mountain of whipped cream floating on top. Beside it sat a plate containing what appeared to be Pain-Oaks raisins, the pastry golden and flaky, with raisins that gleamed like tiny jewels in the firelight. Poirot settled into his chair with obvious pleasure, his moustaches twitching with delight as he inhaled the chocolate's aroma. Magnifique, he murmured. It has been too long since Poirot has had the opportunity to simply sit by a fire and enjoy such simple pleasures. Simple pleasures, Miss Marple repeated thoughtfully, watching the flames dance in the grate. Yes, I think those are often the most precious ones, aren't they? The warmth of a fire, a perfect cup of tea, the sound of rain when you're safe and dry inside. They sat in comfortable silence for several minutes, each lost in their own quiet contentment. The bakery seemed to breathe around them, filled with gentle sounds, the soft hiss of steam from the kitchen, the whisper of settling logs in the fireplace, the rhythmic patter of rain against glass that was like the most soothing lullaby. When the bell chimed for the third time that evening, both of them looked up with interest rather than surprise. They were beginning to understand that this was that kind of place, the sort where unexpected meetings were not really unexpected at all, but rather part of some greater design. The woman who entered was younger than either of them, with intelligent dark eyes and a bearing that spoke of both strength and gentleness. She wore a practical travelling dress and carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to making her own way in the world. "Good evening," she said, her voice carrying just a hint of an American accent as she untied the ribbons of her rain-dampened bonnet. "I hope you don't mind my taking shelter here. The storm caught me quite suddenly." "Not at all, my dear," Miss Marple replied immediately. "Please, do come and join us. I'm Jane Marple, and this is Monsieur Hercule Poirot. We've found this to be the most welcoming place imaginable." "Joe March," the young woman replied, moving toward their little circle by the fire. "Well, Jobert now, I suppose, though I still think of myself as Joe March most of the time." Her smile was warm and genuine, lighting up her whole face. "I was walking home from visiting a friend when the rain began, and somehow I found myself on a street I'd never seen before. But what a fortunate wrong turn it seems to have been." As she spoke, a third cup appeared on their table, this one filled with what smelled like spiced cider, steam rising from its surface in delicate spirals that carried hints of cloves and allspice. Beside it sat a small basket lined with a red checkered cloth, containing what appeared to be miniature pumpkin muffins, each one topped with a swirl of cream cheese frosting and a candied ginger chip that caught the light like amber. Jo settled into the third armchair that seemed to have appeared just when it was needed, and wrapped her hands around the warm mug with obvious pleasure. "Oh, this is heavenly," she sighed. "There's nothing quite like the perfect drink on a stormy evening, is there?" "Indeed," Poirot agreed, raising his cup of chocolate in a small toast. "To unexpected shelters and new acquaintances. To Thanksgiving Eve," Miss Marple added gently, "and the grateful hearts that bring us together." They touched their cups together with a soft clink, and Jo's eyes sparkled with delight. A Thanksgiving toast, how perfect! "You know, I was just thinking as I walked in the rain about all the things I'm grateful for this year. My writing is going well, my husband is healthy, my sisters are thriving, but I never expected to add finding a magical bakery full of kind strangers to my list." The conversation that followed was like the gentle unfolding of flower petals. They spoke of travels and adventures, of the books they loved and the places they'd seen. Miss Marple shared stories of her garden in Street Mary Mead, describing the way the chrysanthemums looked in the autumn light, and how the village children had helped her harvest pumpkins for jack-o'-lanterns. Poirot told them about the changing seasons in Belgium, the way the leaves turned to gold along the canals in Bruges, and the small cafe where he used to go for tisane on evenings much like this one. Jo, her eyes bright with the storyteller's passion, painted word pictures of New England autumns, of apple-picking expeditions with her sisters, and the way the maple trees turned to flame against October skies. She spoke of the stories she was working on, tales of families and love, and the small moments that make life meaningful. As they talked, the mysterious baker continued to provide exactly what they needed. Fresh treats appeared on their table, as if by magic, delicate butter cookies, shaped like oak leaves and acorns, a selection of tea cakes that tasted of honey and vanilla, small tarts filled with spiced pear compote that seemed to capture the very essence of autumn in every bite. The storm outside had settled into a steady, gentle rhythm that was more soothing than disruptive. The bakery's windows glowed like warm lanterns in the darkness, and inside, the three friends had created their own little world of companionship and comfort. It was just after 8 o'clock when the bell chimed again, and this time the figure who stepped through the door was taller than the others, with silver hair and a bearing that spoke of adventure and long journeys. Captain Ahab paused in the doorway, his weathered hands still gripping his walking stick, his eyes scanning the warm interior with an expression of wonder that softened his usually stern features. "Good evening, Captain," Miss Marple said gently, somehow knowing instinctively who he was and what title to use. There was something about the way he carried himself, the way his eyes held the distant look of someone who had spent years staring out at horizons. "Please, come and warm yourself by our fire." The old sea captain's expression shifted from wariness to something approaching gratitude. "You are most kind," he said, his deep voice carrying the cadence of someone accustomed to being heard over wind and wave. I was walking the harbor when the storm struck and found myself not where I expected to be. None of us are where we expected to be this evening, Joe observed with a smile, gesturing to the chair that had appeared beside hers. But isn't that sometimes the most wonderful kind of surprise? Captain Ahab moved slowly toward their circle, leaning heavily on his walking stick. As he settled into the offered chair, he seemed to release some burden he had been carrying, his shoulders relaxing as the firelight warmed his weathered face. Almost immediately, a large mug appeared at his elbow, not delicate porcelain like the others, but sturdy ceramic that looked as though it could weather any storm. The liquid inside was dark and rich, smelling of rum and spices, with steam that rose in warming spirals. Beside it sat a plate of what could only be ship's biscuits, but these were unlike any hardtack he had ever known, golden and tender, studded with currants and nuts, and still warm from the oven. "I have sailed many seas," the captain said quietly, staring into his mug as if reading the future in its depths, "and I have known storms that could tear a ship apart like matchsticks. But I confess I cannot remember the last time I sat by a fire with friendly faces and felt such peace." "Peace is a gift," Miss Marple said gently, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on what appeared to be a scarf in autumn colors. "Sometimes we have to travel very far to find it, and sometimes it finds us when we least expect it." Poirot nodded thoughtfully, his fingers tracing the rim of his chocolate cup. "In my profession, I have seen much of human nature, the dark corners, the shadows where people hide their secrets. But evenings like this one remind me that there is also light, always light, if one knows where to look for it." Joe leaned forward slightly, her writer's instincts sensing a story. "You speak of storms and seas, Captain. Have you always been a sailor?" Captain Ahab's eyes grew distant, but not with the haunted look they might once have carried. Instead, he seemed to be remembering something precious. "Aye, the sea has been my life, but there was a time before I lost my way in anger and obsession. There was a time when I sailed not for revenge, but for the simple joy of feeling the wind fill the sails and watching the sun set over endless water." He took a long sip of his drink, and the warmth seemed to chase some old chill from his bones. "I had forgotten that feeling until tonight. Sitting here, listening to the rain instead of fighting it, it brings back memories of better times." The conversation that followed was gentler than any the old captain had known in years. They spoke of the sea, but not of its dangers, rather of its beauty. Miss Marple shared memories of walking along the English coast, collecting shells and sea glass while watching the waves. Joe told stories of childhood summers at the shore, building sand-castles with her sisters and hunting for treasure in tidal pools. Even Poirot, more accustomed to city streets than ocean waves, spoke warmly of a case that had taken him to the Mediterranean, where he had discovered the simple pleasure of watching fishing boats return to harbor at sunset, their nets full and their crews singing. As the evening deepened, More treats appeared as if summoned by their contentment. There were tiny pumpkin tartlets with maple cream, cranberry orange scones that crumbled perfectly on the tongue, and small loaves of what tasted like the most wonderful cornbread, sweet with honey and studded with bits of dried apple. The fire continued to crackle merrily, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to tell their own stories of comfort and belonging. Outside, the storm had settled into the kind of steady rain that speaks not of fury, but of renewal, the gentle soaking that prepares the earth for winter's rest and spring's eventual awakening. It was nearly 9 o'clock when the fifth and final guest of the evening arrived. The bell's chime was followed by the soft shuffle of careful footsteps, and into the warm bakery stepped an elderly gentleman with wild white hair and clothes that spoke of long hours spent in contemplation rather than concern for fashion. "Oh my," he said, blinking in the sudden brightness as he removed his rain-spotted spectacles to clean them with a handkerchief. "I seem to have taken a wrong turn somewhere between my laboratory and home, but what a delightful wrong turn it appears to have been." "Professor," Joe exclaimed with obvious pleasure, recognizing something in his manner that spoke of academia and discovery. "Please, come and join us. I'm Joe March, and these are my friends Miss Marple, Monsieur Poirot, and Captain Ahab. We've been having the most wonderful conversation." The professor, for it was clear that's what he was, from his absent-minded air to the ink stains on his fingers, approached their circle with the enthusiasm of someone who had just discovered a new and fascinating specimen. "Professor Henry Higgins," he said, settling into the chair that appeared for him with obvious relief. "Phonetics, you know. I was working late on my notes when I realized I hadn't eaten all day, and decided to walk to the corner shop for something simple, but the storm began, and somehow I found myself here instead." As he spoke, a steaming bowl appeared before him, not a cup this time, but a proper bowl filled with what smelled like the most wonderful butternut squash soup, garnished with a swirl of cream and toasted pumpkin seeds. Beside it sat thick slices of rosemary focaccia, golden and glistening with olive oil, perfect for dipping. The professor inhaled the soup's aroma with the same attention he might have given to a particularly interesting linguistic puzzle. "Extraordinary," he murmured. "I can identify at least 6 different spices, each one perfectly balanced with the others. The individual notes are distinct, yet they create a harmony that is quite remarkable. Rather like our gathering tonight," Miss Marple observed with a gentle smile. 5 strangers from different walks of life, each with our own stories, yet somehow we fit together perfectly. "Ah, but we are not strangers anymore, are we?" Poirot pointed out, gesturing with his chocolate spoon. Shared warmth and good food have a way of creating bonds that might otherwise take years to form. The professor nodded enthusiastically, pausing in his soup consumption to join the conversation. "Fascinating. In my studies of language and dialect, I have observed that people who share meals together often develop similar speech patterns, even in the course of a single evening. The act of breaking bread creates a form of intimacy that affects even our most unconscious behaviors." Captain Ahab, who had been listening with growing interest, leaned forward. On a ship, Professor, the evening meal is when the crew becomes truly united. During the day, each man has his duties, his own concerns. But when we gather around the table, sharing whatever provisions we have, we become something larger than ourselves, a family of sorts. How wonderful, Jo exclaimed, her writer's mind already spinning the observation into story possibilities. It's like what happens in my novels. Characters who might never speak in any other circumstance find themselves opening their hearts when they share a meal together. As if responding to their words, the mysterious baker provided yet more delights. Small bowls of cranberry walnut salad appeared, dressed with a light vinaigrette that tasted of autumn orchards. There were miniature sweet potato pies, each one topped with a delicate meringue that had been torched to golden perfection. Warm rolls appeared, split and buttered, with jam that tasted like captured sunshine. The conversation flowed as smoothly as honey, each story leading naturally to the next. Miss Marple shared tales of village life, of seasonal festivals and neighbours who had become family. Poirot spoke of the cases that had taught him about human nature, not the criminal investigations, but the moments of kindness and connection that had surprised him along the way. Jo told them about her writing, about the stories that poured from her heart onto paper, and how she had learned that the most powerful tales were often about ordinary people doing extraordinary things, like strangers choosing to be kind to each other on stormy evenings. Captain Ahab, his voice growing warmer with each passing hour, shared memories of ports around the world, of the different ways people welcomed visitors, of the universal language of hospitality that needed no translation. He spoke of Christmas in the Caribbean, where local fishermen had shared their catch with his homesick crew, and of Easter in the Mediterranean, where an entire village had insisted on including foreign sailors in their celebration. Professor Higgins, when he wasn't marveling at the subtle differences in their speech patterns, told them about his students, young people from all walks of life, who had trusted him to help them find their voices. He spoke of the satisfaction of watching someone discover their own eloquence, the joy of helping people communicate more clearly with the world around them. As the evening wore on, the storm outside began to gentle itself. The fierce drumming of rain against the windows softened to a whisper, and through the glass they could see that the wind had died down to barely a breeze. The bakery's warmth had seeped into their very bones, and each of them felt more relaxed and content than they had in months. It was Professor Higgins who first noticed the large basket that had appeared near the fireplace, filled with what looked like the most beautiful collection of dinner rolls they had ever seen. Each roll was golden and perfectly formed, some studded with herbs, others glazed with honey, still others topped with seeds that sparkled like tiny gems. "My goodness," Miss Marple murmured, rising from her chair with the careful grace of someone who had spent a lifetime moving through the world with quiet dignity. "I believe our mysterious baker has provided us with a feast worthy of Thanksgiving itself." They gathered around the basket, each taking a roll and breaking it open to release clouds of fragrant steam. The bread was perfect, soft and yielding, with a crust that crackled gently between their fingers. As they tasted, each found something different. Miss Marple detected notes of sage and thyme that reminded her of her grandmother's kitchen, while Poirot found subtle hints of herbs that transported him back to his childhood in Belgium. Jo's roll seemed to capture the essence of New England harvest time, with undertones of apple and maple that made her think of crisp October mornings and the sound of leaves rustling underfoot. Captain Ahab found in his bread the comfort of ports where he had been welcomed, the taste of hospitality offered without expectation of return. Professor Higgins discovered flavors that seemed to shift and change as he ate, each bite revealing new complexities that delighted his analytical mind. "This," said Captain Ahab quietly, "is what gratitude tastes like." They stood in a loose circle around the fireplace, each holding their piece of bread, and for a moment the bakery was filled with the kind of profound silence that speaks of deep contentment. Outside, the last of the rain was tapering off, leaving only the gentle drip of water from eaves and the soft whisper of wind through trees. "You know," Jo said softly, "I came out tonight feeling rather lonely. My husband is away on business, and the house seemed too quiet for such a meaningful evening. But now, I feel as though I've been given the most wonderful gift." "The gift of unexpected friendship," Miss Marple agreed, settling back into her chair with a contented sigh. "It's remarkable how the world can surprise us when we least expect it." Poirot nodded, his moustaches twitching with satisfaction. "I have solved many mysteries in my career, but tonight I am content to simply enjoy the mystery of how 5 strangers can become friends in the space of a single evening." Professor Higgins, ever the academic, had been observing their group with the fascination of a researcher who had stumbled upon a particularly interesting phenomenon. "In my studies," he said thoughtfully, "I have learned that true communication happens not just through words, but through shared experience. Tonight we have created our own language, one of comfort, acceptance, and gratitude." Captain Ahab leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, but his face held none of the tension that had marked it for so many years. Instead, there was peace there, the kind that comes from finally finding safe harbor. Professor Higgins had taken out a small notebook and was making gentle observations about the evening's conversations, but his writing grew slower and drowsier with each passing minute. The bakery itself seemed to be settling down for the night. The warm glow from the cases grew softer, the scents of baking bread and spiced cider mellowed into something even more soothing, and the very air seemed to hum with contentment. Outside, Whisperwind Lane sparkled with the clean freshness that follows a good rain. The cobblestones gleamed under the gas lamps, and somewhere in the distance a church bell chimed 10 o'clock. But inside the rainy day Thanksgiving bakery, time seemed to have slowed to the gentle rhythm of breathing, of settling, of perfect peace. As the evening drew toward its close, each of the 5 friends felt a deep gratitude settling into their bones, not just for the wonderful food and warm shelter, but for the unexpected gift of connection they had found with each other. They had arrived as strangers, seeking nothing more than refuge from a storm, but they were leaving as friends, their hearts full of the knowledge that kindness exists everywhere if we only have eyes to see it. The mysterious baker, still unseen but deeply felt, seemed to smile with satisfaction. Another perfect evening had unfolded in the bakery's warm embrace. Another group of weary travelers had found exactly what they needed. Tomorrow would bring new adventures, new challenges, new journeys, but tonight had been about arriving, about resting, about the simple joy of shared warmth and friendly conversation. Miss Marple's knitting needles grew still in her hands. Joe's head tilted gently against the wing of her chair. Poirot's breathing deepened into the rhythm of approaching sleep. Captain Ahab's weathered features relaxed completely as decades of tension finally melted away. Professor Higgins's notebook slipped from his fingers as he surrendered to the perfect peace of the evening. One by one, they drifted toward sleep, each wrapped in the warmth of the bakery's embrace and the knowledge that they were exactly where they needed to be. Outside, the stars grew brighter as the last of the clouds drifted away, and a gentle breeze carried the promise of a beautiful Thanksgiving Day ahead. In the rainy day Thanksgiving bakery, 5 grateful hearts had found their perfect shelter from the storm, and in finding it, had discovered something even more precious, the knowledge that no matter how far we travel or how many storms we weather, there is always a place where kindness waits, where warmth can be found, and where strangers can become friends over the simple sharing of bread and gratitude. The fire settled into glowing embers, the last of the tea grew cold in forgotten cups, and outside the stars shone down on a world made fresh and clean by the storm's passage. Tomorrow would bring new beginnings, but tonight belonged to perfect endings, to the kind of deep, satisfying rest that comes only after an evening of unexpected blessings and the discovery that magic, when we need it most, often arrives wearing the humble clothes of ordinary kindness. And so they slept, the 5 friends who had found each other in a magical bakery on a stormy Thanksgiving Eve, their dreams filled with warmth and light, and the certain knowledge that the world, despite all its storms, remains a place where wonderful things can happen to those who remain open to wonder.